morning, everybody. Welcome to the Narva College. Your Excellency, Minister Piret Hartman, Minister of Regional Affairs and Agriculture of Estonia, honorable representatives of the Estonian and the Baltic and the Nordic states, honorable participants from the Mediterranean and, of course, from Europe, esteemed speakers and experts, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is really my distinct honor to welcome you all to Narva College for the Green and Just Transition 2024 conference. This event comes at a critical juncture as Europe and the world, for that matter, grapple with the dual challenges of achieving sustainable development and ensuring social equity in the face of climate and energy crises. I have been personally highly privileged to be connected with the organizers and particularly the Silomet Society of Child Welfare for many years. And over the years of this collaboration, I have learned from them about caring and about working to help communities both in the region and even far beyond. I also learned from them the importance of the coming generation, the interest that they pay to these coming generations through the activities in which only the common good prevails, and where the only concern is how we can live together better and hand over a livable planet to the next generation. This endeavor, to which I have been privileged to participate for more than 7 years now, is only the reflection of the hard work and dedication of many people of different ages, to whom I would like to address a very sincere word of appreciation. But a special mention goes to Mrs. Irina Golikov, who never ceased to impress me with her energy and commitment, and whose credo in life is that the only difficult thing is the one we do not endeavor to solve. I also would like to recognize Mr. Vasily Kolikov, whom I have met a long time ago, and who, to me, embodies the innovative spirit of youth and the strong desire to create the necessary space and opportunities to communities in Estonia and beyond, to be active actors of change and rise to the challenges of the changing world. So to both of them, I would like to say thank you. Now for our conference over the next few days, we will explore how we can empower communities, drive inclusive policy making, and foster innovation to achieve a just and sustainable future. Our discussions will bring together policymakers, civil society leaders, academic experts, and practitioners to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and build partnerships for meaningful action. The theme of this conference, Achieving a Sustainable and Prosperous Future for Europe by Empowering Inclusivity and Equity in Policy Making, underscores the importance of addressing environmental, social, and economic dimensions in the green transition, as well as human development needs and aspirations, putting youth at center stage. From tackling climate change and redesigning our energy systems to promoting sustainable tourism and rethinking consumption patterns, our agenda reflects the multifaceted nature of this global challenge. Our key objectives over the next few days, the next 2 days, or today and tomorrow, it would be to identify barriers to implementing green and just transitions and propose actionable solutions. 2, to amplify the voices of civil society and local actors as critical drivers of change. And 3, develop a collaborative declaration and tangible recommendations for policymakers and stakeholders in Europe and beyond. Today, we will begin with keynote speeches and panel discussions featuring leading voices in the field of climate change, sustainability, and regional development. These sessions aim to set the stage by addressing key challenges and opportunities in the green transition. Tomorrow, we will dive deeper into focused discussions, workshops, and study visits to exchange best practices and co-create actionable plans. On Sunday, we will present the results of our deliberations, adopt the conference declaration, and identify concrete follow-up activities to maintain momentum into 2025 and beyond. As moderator of this conference, my role is to facilitate dynamic, engaging, and inclusive discussions. I encourage everyone to actively participate, whether by asking thought-provoking questions, sharing insights, or contributing to the collaborative workshops. Your voices are crucial in shaping the outcomes of this conference. Before closing these opening remarks, I would like to extend my gratitude and sincere appreciation to our host, the Nova College, as well as the organizers, the Salome Society for Child Welfare, the Green Habitat Network, as well as our sponsors and partners, the EU Cohesion Policy Fund, the National Foundation of Civil Society, and all the people who have helped and assisted in the preparation, the conduct, and the materialization of this conference. Our longtime partner also, I would not forget to mention, the British Council has been with us for a long time, as well as the Nordic Council, of Ministers, particularly the office in Estonia. So, with these words, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration and innovation. And as we embark on this journey towards a sustainable and just future, together we can turn ambitious goals into actionable realities. So thank you very much, and let us now begin our first opening ceremony by the keynote speech and welcoming remarks of His Excellency Piret Hartman, the Minister of Regional Affairs and Agriculture of Estonia. Thank you.
Hello, dear participants in the conference in Narva. It's a very big honor to say hello to you. And I'm very hopeful that soon we will see you also in Narva and I will join your conference. It's a very big moment in Ida-Virumaa right now, the green and just transition what's going on. There are a lot of challenges, of course, what we have, but also a lot of potential. But to work together, it's important that different partners, entrepreneurs, the universities, the local governments, and the people from the ministries work together. I hope that today you will get a lot of good ideas, a lot of good connections and motivation to collaborate to have green and just transition in Ida-Virumaa. So, see you and have a good day.
Warm words of welcome and encouraging, engaging words. Now I would like to move on to our next speaker, the director of the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Estonia, Ms. Maria Gracciu.
Good morning, and excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, and dearest colleagues who are in the conference today. Thank you so much, Vasily Golikov and your team for this very, very kind invitation, and I envy you for being there physically. I would have loved to join you today, but I'm addressing you from the Arctic, from my hometown. I'm gonna point actually on the map. If you see north there, that's my hometown. Very far up north. It's about an hour north of the Arctic Circle. And I'm looking out of the window and I see minus 20 degrees and piles of snow. And I think that maybe there are not piles of snow where you are, but that says something about how large the Nordic and Baltic region is. And it says something about what we actually have in our region that connects us in terms of sea, in terms of grass, in terms of mountains, and everything in between. As some of you maybe know, the Nordic Council of Ministers, we are strongly committed to working on the green transition. In our main strategic document called the Vision 2030, our goal is to become the most integrated and sustainable region in the world by the year 2030. And the task of our office, the Nordic Council of Ministers in Estonia, is to work in accordance with that strategy and to connect the Baltic states in this strategy with the Nordics. This strategy, of course, has many different action points. We have taken upon us to strengthen research and promote development that really promote solutions that support carbon neutrality and climate adaptation. We are working to help safeguard biodiversity and ensure sustainable use of Nordic regions' resources and nature and sea. We want to promote a circular and bio-based economy. And we want to make it much easier and more attractive for Nordic consumers to prioritize healthy and environmentally friendly choices, and many, many other things. What I've noticed in the conference program for these days is this focus on implementation. That's, of course, key in this regard, because it's about getting it done. We may have a brilliant strategy, and we might have Nordic and Baltic ministers who have agreed on this or other strategies. But at the end of the day, it's about implementation and getting it done. And that comes down to all of us, every single one of us, and every single choice that we make every single day. I was reminded the other day at the train station in Tallinn with my daughter, who is 7. We were using the bathrooms at the train station. And out of habit, after washing our hands, I took 3, 4, 5, 6 paper napkins to dry my hands. And my 7-year-old daughter said, "Mom, you only need to take one. You start with one, and if you really need another one, you take another one, but you take 1 or 2. And I, as a parent, you don't really have a good answer to that other than, right, you're right. I should have thought about that. And I think these are the little but perhaps silly choices that we make every day as either consumers or users or policymakers, that thinking twice about our work and our personal actions. And I thought that was a very nice but embarrassing reminder to me as a parent next to this very, very wise and well-educated 7-year-old who has been trained, of course, in school in a much better way than actually I think my generation was. And these are the kind of initiatives that I believe are really key in our future work. But with those words, I would just like to wish you a great conference. This is an important topic. I know that many of the organizations and individuals at this conference are our dear colleagues that we have been working with. Maybe there are some new partners among you, and your work is important. No man is an island in this. We need to work together because our geography is very much connected. So have a great conference, all of you, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion, and I look forward to the agreed declaration towards the end of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Maria Graccio, and thank you to the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Estonia, who was, as I said earlier, has been collaborating and helping us in this endeavor, and the variety of conferences that were held and hopefully will continue to be held on this crucial theme. Now I have the pleasure to call on Ms. Helena Braun, head of the political team of the European Commission representation in Estonia, to give her opening remarks.
Good morning also from my side, and similarly to the previous speakers, I would like to start by thanking sincerely the organizers for the invitation, for bringing us all together here. It's really a pleasure to be in Narva, in Ida-Viru region, which is currently the only just transition region in Estonia. And yes, to all of you who have traveled from abroad, welcome to Estonia. Today's topic of discussion, the green and just transition, it has only increased in importance over the past years. And that is why I have decided to kind of start with this quote by the European Commission's current and also upcoming President Ursula von der Leyen, who has said that almost 5 years ago, when we launched the European Green Deal, our growth strategy and roadmap to net zero, the reasons which pushed us to be so ambitious then are even more pronounced now. So I want to be clear, we must and will stay the course on the goals of the European Green Deal. And this quote, why I have chosen it, it speaks to something quite crucial, because despite everything that has happened in the past 5 years, Europe has remained steadfast in its commitment to the European Green Deal, and it has also now committed to continuing to do so. And well, we have seen the world change quite a lot since 2019. When we presented the European Green Deal, the huge role in having that deal on the table was actually with the youth. There was huge demand for meaningful action from the European leaders to address climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution. Then very soon after we had put the Green Deal on the table, the COVID-19 pandemic hit. And instead of backtracking from the commitments taken, all the European leaders decided that they will put a big part of the economic recovery money to recover from the COVID pandemic to accelerating the Green Deal instead of backsliding. And here we are talking about over 700 billion euros, out of which a big proportion has been targeted towards the green transition. Then another very unfortunate event happened. Russia launched the brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. But again, the implementation of the Green Deal was continued and accelerated. And in the past, what has always happened is that when we have such kind of economic and security crisis, the first things that are pushed off the table are the climate and environmental policies. So how come since 2019, when the world looked quite different, this has not happened, and the leaders have continued on the course and have continued emphasizing the importance of staying on the course? Well, first of all, the green economic transition, and what we mean by that is the transition to a climate neutral, circular, resource efficient and nature positive economy. It remains a must despite all these difficulties that we are facing in Europe and geopolitically today. It is a must for, first and foremost, for the human well-being, for economic prosperity, and increasingly it's a must also for security in this increasingly unstable world. If we look what the World Economic Forum is telling us for several years in a row, the climate change and biodiversity loss within the next decade, so only 10 years from now, are considered to pose the biggest existential threat to humanity. And this is quite logical if over half of the world's GDP depends on nature, if sectors like agriculture, food, construction are intimately tied to the health of our ecosystems, it is obvious that us depending on that are threatened by its crisis, its disappearance. And what we see, for example, in Europe from the recent already occurring impacts of climate change, last year we had mega floods in Europe. If we bring two countries as an example, Greece and Slovenia, in Greece, 15% of the annual agricultural yield were destroyed by these floods, and the cost of the floods for Slovenia was 16% of their GDP. So these numbers are really, really significant. What we are also increasingly learning is that the green transition is crucial for security. There is a lot of research, but if we take, for example, NATO's strategic foresight analysis from 2023, we see that climate change, biodiversity loss, resource scarcity are expected to cause further instability, competition, conflict, and they are also considered in the long run as the most likely existential challenge. So saying the same, finding the same as the World Economic Forum. And moreover, these two crises that have now shaken the world and have shaken Europe, they have actually given reasons to accelerate, not to slow down. We in Europe have discovered quite painfully how vulnerable we are because of the dependence on fossil fuels. But it is not only fossil fuels, it is also all the different raw material imports, dependencies on very specific countries that we need to somehow deal with. So in light of all of this, the course has been maintained. And the European Green Deal, as such, it is the Europe's roadmap for the change that is needed. It is, I put here as a reminder what the Green Deal is about. It is a very comprehensive strategy. All its parts are interlinked, and it touches upon all the major sectors in our economy. And it has a strong focus not only on the EU internal policies, but also on global cooperation, diplomacy, international policies. Over the past 5 years, since 2019, when the Green Deal was adopted, a lot of progress has been made on the different strands of these of the Green Deal, and of course I will not be able to cover all of them, but perhaps to highlight some of the more notable things that will start happening and changing in Europe in the near future. Talking about the big strategic direction, now all EU member states have agreed on the European Union-wide climate law and European Union-wide nature restoration law. And this means that Europe is not now just promising, but is legally bound to reach climate neutrality by 2050 and to restore ecosystems, restore nature across the continent. In order to 2050 is not tomorrow, so to get there, many intermediary steps are needed. And that is why the leaders have also decided that by 2030, the European Union has to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 55% compared to 1990 levels. And by now, all the measures that we need in order to get there, in order to comply with this legal obligation, they are in place. So what will actually change? A few examples here. Carbon pricing, paying for one's carbon emissions. New economic sectors will have to start paying for these emissions. What we have already seen in Europe, we have had the price on carbon for almost 20 years, and it has been very, very successful. We have seen the decline in emissions of approximately 50%, while simultaneously our economy has grown. And what we have also received from this carbon pricing are many revenues. Today they are reaching almost 180 billion euros, which then the member states, the European Union member states, have been able to invest in the green transition, to businesses, to social policies, to the transition from the, let's say, the old economy to the new one. And now with these changes, we will include new sectors such as heating and transport fuels that will have to also start paying for the carbon. Of course, we are talking about green and just transition, so it is very important to make sure that the carbon pricing does not hit in our society the most vulnerable groups. And that is why the Just Transition Fund, for example, will continue supporting the territories like the area, like the region we are today, which are most impacted by the green transition. And there are also many many new opportunities. For example, from 2026, there will be a new social climate fund, which will give additional support to vulnerable citizens, small businesses in this transition. But next to carbon pricing, there are many other things that the Green Deal has, under the Green Deal, we have already agreed on. So to take the example of renewable energy, of course, energy transition is a fundamental part of the Green Deal. And here the European Union has agreed that by 2030, at least 42.5% of our energy has to come from renewable sources. And here again, we have already seen really impressive progress. For example, in 2 years, between 2021, 2023, the combined wind and solar capacity, it increased by 36%. And in the first half of this year, renewable energy generated already 50% of the electricity in the EU. Maybe a next important element to mention is transport. We know that transport has a very big environmental and carbon footprint. And here the European Union has agreed on several measures. For example, by 2035, all the new cars that we will have in the EU, they will have to be emission-free, and we will see also many new charging stations, alternative fuel infrastructure on Europe's roads. And next to that, also other very sustainable modes of transport are being promoted, such as railways, but also creating better conditions for cycling and other modes of transport, including in the urban context. I would also bring out the transition to more sustainable products and our daily consumption of products. Under the Green Deal, the EU has agreed that sustainable products should become the norm on the EU market. And this means that products from electronics to textiles to furniture that we use, they will have to be in the future designed in a way that they are more durable and long-lasting, that we are able to repair them if they break, that they are increasingly made out of recycled materials instead of primary natural resources. And also when they reach their end of life, that we are able to use these materials to create something new, to reduce this pressure on both climate and environment. And overall, Europe sees waste increasingly as a resource, including for critical raw materials. For example, these are materials that we need also for the green transition, be it for batteries, be it for wind turbines. And we have set ourselves quite an ambitious goal that by 2030, 25% of these critical raw materials, they will have to come from recycling. There is a lot more, but I would lastly mention the nature side of the Green Deal. We know that in order to achieve climate neutrality, reverse biodiversity loss, we need both. We need the reduction in emissions, but we also need removal of carbon from the atmosphere and nature restoration. And that is why many measures have been taken also to boost biodiversity and these natural carbon sinks. Forests, wetlands, agricultural land. From this summer, for example, the European Union has these, what I mentioned, the binding nature restoration targets. And this means that nature and biodiversity will have to be brought back to all ecosystems, of course, forests, agricultural land, rivers, seas, but also urban ecosystems to make the cities greener, also urban infrastructure greener. So now there is this legal commitment to do that. And at the same time, also innovative business models such as carbon farming, biodiversity credits, they are emerging, they are being developed. And here the point is to allow farmers, foresters, fishers to generate income not only by exploiting but also by protecting and restoring nature. So in short, over the past 5 years, quite a lot has been done to make the Europe's economy more circular, energy efficient, move to clean and renewable energy in transport, and then protect Europe's natural capital. But very shortly also about what's next, what we can expect for the next 5 years. Of course, the Green Deal in 2019, it was never designed to be a five-year project. We are talking about the long-term vision, long-term actions, and that is why implementation was mentioned also by the previous speakers. So first of all, we really need to deliver on the ground everything that we have agreed on, some of the things that I have also brought out as examples today. But next to that, we can also expect several new initiatives to be taken. And like we have seen from President von der Leyen's priorities, one of the most important priorities for the EU for the next 5 years is economic competitiveness. It is clear that the clean and climate neutral economy will also have to be the most competitive version of economy. And in recent years, both because of the difficult geopolitical situation, but also for a more positive reason, competitiveness has become more critical for Europe. When the Green Deal was launched, Europe was in a way rather alone and leading the charge. We were urging others to kind of follow us in the green transition. But what we see now is that there is a global race for net zero, clean technologies, and we clearly see that Europe has to be smarter, has to be quicker, has to be also more united if it wants to remain competitive in this race. So boosting clean industries with strong focus on energy infrastructure, technology, circular economy, that is why it's one of the key priorities now for the next 5 years. And there is something called Clean Industrial Deal that will be one of the first things that the new College of Commissioners will put on the table when they will start their work, well, from this Sunday. And next to economic competitiveness, there will be focus on food sustainability, food security, water, nature, with a strong focus on climate adaptation. Unfortunately, like also said at the beginning, climate change is already causing a lot of damage. There are certain impacts which are inevitable whatever we do, and it's increasingly important that we build resilience to these impacts. So over the past 5 years, to conclude, quite a lot has happened, and now the focus will be in making sure that these decisions, they deliver on the ground, that the decarbonized green economy goes hand in hand with stronger competitiveness of Europe, and of course that the transition is embraced also globally, as the climate and biodiversity crisis, they do not pose an existential threat only to Europe, but all of us are in this together. And I would end with the social note, because as always, the social side of the Green Deal, particularly just transition, remains crucial. And the Commission intends to significantly increase actually the just transition focus. This also across the next EU long-term budget. Social justice has been at the heart of the Green Deal from the very beginning. It will continue to be. And the point of it all is that after all this, the green transition, it is not an end in itself. We are not doing it for the transition itself. It is just a means to maintain, to increase the well-being of our people and our societies. So with that, I would end. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I wish you fruitful discussions and, of course, a lot of energy and motivation to put actions or turn actions into reality, ideas into reality on the ground. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown, for this detailed presentation of what the EU is doing and what are the perspectives for the next period in this very sensitive but also very important and crucial issue. I'm not going to summarize what you have said, but just recall one of the last sentences that you pronounced, and you said that we are all of us in this together. And I think this is really a crucial element to bear in mind. Now, from the global European perspective, let's move on to have another perspective from Iceland. And I have the pleasure to call Elva Rakel Jónsdóttir. Sorry for the pronunciation, but I'm sure that you'll forgive me for that. So please.
Okay, then I'm going to do that. Very nice to see you all. My name is Elva Rakel. I am the managing director for an organization in Iceland called Festa. And let's see if I can get my slides. There we go, it's coming. So, a little bit about our organization. We are an NGO in Iceland. We have about 200 members. And most of them are companies. So most of them come from the private sector. We have everything from the largest companies in Iceland, the energy sector, banks, production and so on. But we also have a lot of entrepreneurs, consultants and so on. But we also have public members as well. So we have ministries, agencies, we have 3 universities, we have some municipalities. So we try to build bridges, and we try to connect these sort of all these agents together and move them towards sustainability. So we work with all 3 pillars of sustainability, and I can talk much more about the organization. You can just come ask me later if you wanna learn more. But today I was asked to talk a little bit about the spillover effects of our consumption and our production and how that is connected to green and just transition. I come from here, a rock in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, basically. We are not many people. We are 400,000 people, so not even 500,000. But the island itself is semi-large. It's like a little more than 100,000 square kilometers. We are a non-EU member state, but we are an EES state, like Norway and Luxembourg and so on. And we have, let's say, pretty good equality in Iceland. We have high gender equality. We have high rights for LGBTQ plus members of our society. We had one of the first female presidents in the world, 1980. We have had female prime ministers and so on. And we also have high literacy. And there's a reason why I chose this picture here. It's because Icelanders love books. And this is actually a tradition in Iceland before Christmas, is that almost everyone gives and receives books for Christmas. And we call it the Christmas book flood. So yeah, so we are into books in Iceland. We also have a lot of untouched wilderness. So this is one of the resources that we have as a country. We have untouched wilderness, we have vast glaciers and so on. And the source of our energy, which I'm going to talk more about, comes from that untouched wilderness. But the wilderness is also a source for another, a big sort of part of our society, which is tourism. And as you can perhaps understand, these two sometimes clash a little bit. Are we going to be focusing on tourism to increase our sort of GDP and improve infrastructure and so on, or are we going to focus on energy production? So we need to find a way to, because both are important, we need to find a good way forward for both of them. So I'm going to talk a little bit about energy. And this is a statement, I'm not sure if everyone agrees with me, but I think that because in Iceland we have a lot of, this is a volcanic island, so we have a lot of geothermal heat in the ground. And 100 years ago, Iceland was a very poor country. We were dirt poor. We had poor housing, heated with coal, and we mostly were farmers and fishermen. And one of the things that actually pushed us into the modernity is that we decided to use geothermal heating to heat our houses and then later to produce energy. So that was a big, big change. And I'm going to say also for factual correctness that the Marshall Aid from the US after the Second World also saved Iceland, but geothermal as well. And so today, I mean, we heat our houses with geothermal heat, and our electricity comes from either hydropower or geothermally produced electricity. So we have a lot of green energy, and we're super lucky in that sense. 90% of energy consumption in Iceland, give or take, is locally produced green energy. So the rest is imported oil and gas. But the interesting thing, so most of that is hydropower, just to sort of be clear. So like 1/4 is geothermal and the rest is hydropower. But the interesting thing is that almost 80% of the energy produced in Iceland is used by big industry. So only like 20% is used by homes and small businesses. The rest is used by approximately 7 large international companies. So we have aluminum smelters and sort of big industry that uses most of the energy that we produce. And that is quite understandable. These are companies that are looking for green and fairly cheap energy, which we have. And then again, it becomes a question of, okay, but we want to get companies to Iceland that can produce jobs, that will boost economies in small municipalities. So it's always a balance of where we decide to focus. So given all that, you might think that, okay, Iceland has it covered. This is amazing. They have all this green energy and geothermal and lucky them and all this wilderness. Problem is that we are also very, very heavy consumers. And so when you look at the footprint of Iceland as a country compared to many other countries, it's huge. So the Icelandic Prime Ministry decided last year to do a research on the negative spillover effects of Iceland and Icelandic consumptions, and got the Sustainability Institute of the University of Iceland to do that with them. And it's quite difficult to do these researches because there's not a lot of sort of developed methodology to do this, but what they were able to find was sort of proving this point that we have excessive consumption in Iceland. So we were in the 158th place in the world out of the 163 countries that have tried to measure this. And we were the lowest of all the Nordic countries. So our consumption is huge. And the reason for this is mostly because we are an affluent country where there's not a lot of class sort of distinction, which means that almost, I mean, there is some of course, but almost everyone has the potential to be high consumers, especially if you put it in a global context. So that is the main reason. And also, we are not a production country. So we import almost everything that we use, which means that our footprint is somewhere else. It's not in our country. So even if we have green energy, we're not using it to produce the stuff that we use. That is being produced in Asia or South America or somewhere else. So what is being done? So Iceland, like every other country in the EU, has a climate action plan, a mitigation plan. It is, quite extensive, 150 action points, but it has been highly criticized for being, for taking too long. It's a second edition, just came out, and it's taken a long time to get it finished, and that it's not specific enough, it's not funded enough, it's a little bit too much in the sort of sense of being promises, instead of actionable things that you can do. And what is also interesting in this action plan is that out of the 150 points, there are only 3 of them that talk about just transition. So that's not a lot. But if I'm just going to mention some of the focus points that Iceland is focusing on, it is, for example, focusing on energy transition. I know every other country is as well, and maybe you would think this strange given that we have all this green energy, but we still import all the oil that we use for our transportation. So the transport sector is very much the focus point. And so things like this, having the ferries that go out to the islands be electrified, and then putting the infrastructure in place for that to be able to happen. So we already have a good part of the private fleet becoming electrified, but there's much more to do when it comes to heavy machinery, farming equipment, all of those things. I also want to talk a little bit about innovation, because a lot of the action points in this action plans goes towards innovation. And we know that we need a lot of innovation, we need new solutions, whether they be technical solutions or they be policy and systemic innovation. But this is just one sort of kind of cool thing that I wanted to show you. So this is a windmill that is supposed to be used out at sea. So you put it in big sort of containment ships that already have all these containers on board and the systems to stack them and so on. And you can have a couple of them being these windmills, and that can decrease the oil consumption of the ship by 30%. So this is called Sidewind, an Icelandic innovation. Another Icelandic innovation / sort of global solution is the carbon capture and storage. And this, of course, has been very sort of both debated and also looked forward to. So this is like a whole thing around the carbon capture and storage, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, or necessary, or should we put in a second place. But whatever people think about that, I think we need to do this as well as everything else. So here they are utilizing the fact that in Iceland we already have these drill holes to reach the geothermal heat. And what they do is that they capture CO2 from the atmosphere, they sort of bathe it in water, so you get carbonated water, dump it down into the holes, which then sort of calcifies in the rock, because the rock in Iceland is very porous, there's lots of holes in it. So the CO2 sort of fills out the holes and thereby becomes permanently encaptured in the rock again. Just another point from this action plan, which has been very, very successful in Iceland, and that is to implement the EU regulation on sort of waste management, forbidding the landfilling of bio-waste. So we don't have waste incinerations in Iceland because we haven't had any financial sort of need to produce energy that way. So we landfill our waste, which of course produces a lot of methane, which is a very prominent greenhouse gas. So when they started, or they forbid actually the municipalities from landfilling the bio-waste, that really changed a lot, both with the emissions and also just the sort of amount of waste being collected. So that was sort of the action points in the green plans of Iceland. If we look a little bit about what we need to do as a society and what we can do there, what I think is really, really important for all of us, whether we come from, like wherever we're coming from, is that we are always giving the same amount of focus to the different pillars of sustainability. Because we tend to talk a lot about green and we talk a lot about environmental, but we need to talk about social sustainability as much. Because we are not going to be effective in making gains when it comes to the environmental factors of sustainability if we do not have social sustainability at the same time. These two factors either undermine each other or they support each other. So that is something I think we all can have a role in. We can have a role in trying to sort of get people to understand how these two are connected. So we at Festa, this is just a picture from one of our events, we are now making a set of guidelines. We do this frequently, make sort of guidelines that companies or our members can use to sort of put things on the agenda for their board or whatever they want to do. And so we're making a set of guidelines about social sustainability and what that means. And that is, I mean, it's a huge concept. And we're trying to get people to sort of realize what is encapsulated in that concept. Because I think a lot of people don't really see or understand how this is connected to themselves and what they do on a daily basis. So we got a lot of assistance from the Directorate of Labor and, you know, all these different actors in our society. Just large companies as well that have a lot of, you know, different types of labor and so on. So that's going to be exciting. Sorry. Another thing that's being implemented in Iceland is the United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy called UNDIS, which is a nice coincidence because Undis is an Icelandic female name as well. So it's quite cute. So this strategy is about trying to get people with disabilities into the workforce by sort of getting the workforce to offer more part-time jobs, so that the types of jobs available become various. You can have, you know, 50% jobs or 80% or 30%, but you can also have jobs that are sometimes 30 and sometimes 80 and sometimes, so they can be flexible because people are different, and sometimes you can have someone that works 100% for 3 months, but then they need to be 30% for 2 weeks or whatever. And so the workforce should be sort of taking that into consideration. So this is a very exciting strategy as well. And I really want to propose that we start thinking about the workforce in the sense of 100% people. And you have no idea what I'm talking about there, so I'm going to explain that a little bit. There is a concept in Iceland that we call 100% fish. And the point of that was that fishermen, we are originally a fishing country, sorry. And so what they would do, they would catch the fish and they would take the fillets and they would throw everything else away. So that is about 40% of the fish that you're using when you take the fillet and you throw everything else. So there was a big sort of organization, sort of roots up that started around this, where you had fisheries and you had entrepreneurs and you had the ocean cluster, and they tried to figure out how can we make value from the rest of the fish and how can we stop throwing so much away. And that was super effective. Now there are like tons of startups and established companies as well that produce stuff from the enzymes, from the collagen, from the fish skins that make sort of, you know, medical patches for treating burn victims, and like all kinds of companies. And now they use 90% at least of the catch. So I want to propose that we think about our society in the same way. We have all these huge problems, and we have all these different sides, different types of skill sets, and we should be using them all. So we need to think about our sort of workplaces and our societies in the sense of 100% people. We need everyone on board, and everyone gets the opportunity to use their creativity and their ingenuity. I think I'm running out of time, but so I'm just going to go quickly through these last ones. So civil organizations, I think that they can have a great part in the just transition process. This is just a small sort of personal point. I am a scout, was active for many years, and today I'm a board member of something called the Green Scouts in Iceland. So they collect drinking containers. You can get money when you return them in Iceland, but if you don't want to do that yourself, you can also give it to the scouts. And so this Green Scouts, they both employ almost only people with disabilities, and they are working with, you know, circular economy, and they are then using the profit for supporting the scout organization. So civil organizations can have many hats on at the same time and do a lot of things that regular companies maybe cannot. So I think that is a real strength. Just a general point that I think that we need to be having a discussion within the civil society, that civil organizations can have a very loud voice in that discussion about what sort of society we want to be. How do we measure the success of our societies? And I think that civil organizations can talk a lot about how we are trying to be a well-being society, for example. So this is a heavy point. Maybe it's a little bit hard to end with that one. But in the previous talk here, we were talking about the EU regulations and the Green Deal and so on. And there has been a backlash in Iceland and in very many other places when it comes to specifically sustainability regulation. Industry and companies believe that this is straining, it's expensive, it's time-consuming, and they are not always seeing the direct benefits for themselves for this. And this is something that we have to look straight in the eyes, and we have to address this and not try to hide it away. This is happening, and it has a political sort of undertone in it. So there is a sort of shift in very many countries right now to sort of more, let's say, sort of extremist governments. So all of this is just one sort of ecosystem of opinions. And what I think is important for us, all of us, to remember that public discourse is always like a pendulum. It's swinging back and forth. And what we have to keep in mind is that some things we can't let swing that much. I mean, there's going to be a swing back in the other direction soon as well, and then it'll go back, and that's fine. One thing that we have to remember is that democracy and the democratic traditions cannot go swinging all that much. We have to sort of keep that on track. And then the other things we can work with that. But the democracy needs to be there. And why this is like top of mind for me right now is because tomorrow in Iceland there's actually a parliamentary election. I've already voted back home, so don't worry. But that's tomorrow. And so this is super important that we realize that what we can actually do through democracy. And I want to end with this picture. Solin is a project that a youth organization called Young Environmentalists in Iceland did, where they took all the strategies of all the political parties, and they did this last elections as well, and they evaluated them based on the environmental promises that they are making. And there you could see very clearly, you can see that obviously all the parties are not promising the same things. So it's a very clear distinction. So if this is something that you want to have as a focus point for what you want to vote, then that makes it very, very clear. So I really want to end with that. We are taking decisions today that are shaping our future very long into the future, very far into the future. So actually, our democratic vote is one of the most important things that we can use to shape our own future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elva, for this very inspiring presentation. And if I just choose one or two, I would not be doing justice to your presentation. But like I said, it was very, very inspiring. And now I have the pleasure to ask for our next speaker. And I'm calling Mr. Janne Rajala, who is now going to give us a perspective from Finland. Janne is the president of the Green Habito European Civil Society Network in Finland. Janne?
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow advocates of sustainability, it is a great honor to address you all today at the Green and Just Transition Conference. This gathering is a powerful reminder of the importance of civil society's role in shaping the future of our planet and communities. Over the next few days, we will explore how we can ensure that our transition to a green economy is not only environmentally sustainable, but also socially inclusive, just, and empowering. As the president of Green Habitat Network, I'm here to share with you the work we have been doing and to highlight the critical role that civil society organizations like ours are playing in successfully implementing and empowering communities to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. A green and just transition is not simply about transitioning to renewable energy or reducing carbon emissions. It's about creating inclusive societies where people, regardless of their background, have the opportunity to thrive. In our view, this transition must be people-centered, and that's where civil society organizations come in. Green Habitat acts as bridges between the local communities, policymakers, and businesses. We are uniquely positioned to monitor progress, ensure accountability, and advocate for policies that are righteous and beneficial to all. Here are just a few examples of the work we have been doing. Green Communities Program. This program focuses on equipping local communities with the knowledge and resources needed to make sustainable choices, from energy-efficient housing solutions to the promotion of urban farming and green spaces. By providing learning, we are creating self-sufficient, environmentally aware communities that are active participants in the green transition. One of the most important aspects of the just transition is ensuring that young people are part of the conversation. We have worked with young activists and students across several cities to provide them with green technologies, sustainable practices, and advocacy skills. This program empowers youth to not only become leaders in the environmental movement, but also ensures that the future generations are equipped to deal with the challenges of climate change and social inequality. Green transition conferences across Nordic-Baltic region, bringing together local governments, civil society organizations, businesses, and academics. These conferences, like the one we are attending today, provide an open platform for dialogue and discussion, enabling diverse stakeholders to come together and co-create solutions that are both environmentally sound and socially inclusive. The role of civil society in monitoring and implementing the green and just transition is crucial, but we can't do it alone. We need to be united, sharing knowledge, resources, and support across borders and sectors. I encourage all of you here today, whether you represent governments, businesses, or other civil society groups, to join our network. Together, we can build stronger, more resilient movement that will drive the sustainable change we need. Green Habito has an open door policy for collaboration, and we invite you to visit our website at greenhabito.eu, where you can learn more about our projects, sign up for updates, and discover how you can be involved. By joining our network, you will be part of a growing global movement that is not only committed to protecting the environment, but also ensuring that this protection is done in a way that empowers the most vulnerable. Whether you are an individual looking to ways to make a difference, or an organization seeking to collaborate on the ground, Green Habito offers a platform for impactful action. As you consider how you can support the green and just transition, think about how you, your community, or your organization can contribute to the work that needs to be done. Whether it's through direct action, policy advocacy, or fostering partnership, each of us has a role to play in ensuring that the transition we create is just, sustainable, and inclusive. Let us together to build a future where green and just development are not just ideals, but realities, where empowered communities are at the forefront of change, and where every person can contribute to achieve the SDGs. Together, we can make this vision reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janne, for this presentation and for the detailed information you gave us about the activities of the Green Habito network. Thank you. This brings us to the end of our opening ceremony or opening session. And I would like on your behalf to thank all our speakers for their contribution, for the detailed information they have given us. And I think with that now we have really, they set the stage for our interactions, and I hope that you will certainly reflect on what has been said and use that in our debates to push forward the thinking, but also to seek and search for innovative ideas and new approaches to this very sensitive but vital issue. And now I think we are right on time as far as the schedule is concerned. I think we can now move to our first panel discussion. And I have the pleasure to call on Anneli Ovril to prepare her first panel and call on all the participants to that discussion.
So thank you very much and welcome. I'm really honored to moderate today's first panel discussion about the key challenges in making the green and fair transition happen, from policy to implementation. So some words about myself as well. My name is Anneli Ovril. And I used to be CEO and also co-founder of a global environmental organization called Let's Do It World, which is represented in 164 countries. We are famous about organizing World Cleanup Days, which actually reach more than 200 countries and territories and engage more than 100 million of people. This is the bold action towards sustainability, which has really shaken the societies and catalyzing change in societies towards sustainability. Today, I'm the member of Green Tiger Foundation, and as I already understand that it's a quite similar foundation as just Elva Rakel explained and where she is from. Green Tiger Foundation is relatively new foundation in Estonia. We were founded in 2019. And this is the collaboration platform in the society. We have 80 large companies as members in the organization, but we also engaging communities, universities, academies, and of course ministries as well. And one of our mission is to develop roadmaps, which is really discussed all over the sectors, and which is also agreed. It's not just coming from the government, but it's agreed by the different sectors. So this is our mission. But today I'm here not talking about the Green Tiger Foundation. I'm not talking about my thoughts, but I'm here to introduce the distinguished panel participants. Yeah. So just some like for the introduction. So we are talking about the key challenges in making transition fair. We already hear from previous speakers that there is a climate change and there are big challenges, but at the same time we have also bold visions and bold actions, bold policies. We hear already detailed overview about the European Green Deal, and seems that we are really moving towards like a brighter future. But then we also have to turn those bold visions and bold policies into tangible action on local level. And there we face a lot of challenges. And our panel discussion today is talk about these challenges, because it's easy, maybe not easy, but still easier to think big visions and just to say that do it. But there are people and there are a lot of personal stories and there are challenges, and we shouldn't anyone left behind. So we need to discuss, and I'm really happy that we don't have to discuss anymore about that there is a climate change and we have to take action. Now we can really talk about how, and let's begin. So I'm really happy to ask here, to sit here in front of you, our distinguished panelists. First, the Green Transition Advisor at the Estonian Ministry of Climate, who brings over a decade of experience in sustainable transition and bioeconomy. Mr. Madis Tilga, please join here. The second one is the coordinator of the just transition process at the Estonian Ministry of Finance, and he's who is shaping the transformation exactly here in Ida-Virumaa. So I could say that he's the middleman between bold vision and real action. So I'm really happy to ask here Mr. Ivan Sergeyev. Yeah, please. Thank you. So the next one, really excited, the co-founder of Acted, which is Acted is co-founded in Afghanistan 30 years ago. And Frederica Rossell has really deep experience in humanitarian crisis and also in sustainability. And he's acting in 43 countries, but yeah, I think you will talk about by yourself, and there is also magical 3 zeros: zero exclusion, zero carbon, zero poverty, and I hope that you are also talking about them as well. So welcome. So the next one, senior expert at the Stockholm Environmental Institute, Mrs. Kaidi Tamm. I would say that Kaidi Tamm is not here.
She's in France.
In France, okay. Okay, so hello to France, and hope that the good thoughts will reach her as well, and her good thoughts are somehow reach us as well. So the next one is already familiar to you, Mrs. Elva Raquel, and I don't have to introduce her anymore. And the final panelists also don't need introduction anymore. This is our dear ambassador, Hatem Atallah. So please also join here.
We may try to connect France right now. If you let just a second.
Okay, but you can try. We can already start with ours. Is that okay for you? Okay, but how we planning this panel discussion is that at the first I let all the panel experts to give 7 to 10 minutes presentation to express their thoughts and ideas about this topic, and then we can move already to panel discussion. So first I would like to ask Mr. Madis Tilga to give his thoughts about this topic. Is that okay for you?
Yes, yes. Am I?
Yes, you are.
In the speakers, yes, thanks. I think that as I asked Vasily, this audience is really diverse here from various backgrounds and countries. So if you allow me, I just give you a glimpse of where I come from, the institution. The Ministry of Climate is a new ministry in Estonia. It's just a year old. I myself are also very fresh, 6 months in office in the public sector. And the Ministry of Climate is a result of a merger. We took, I mean, the Ministry of Environment was then added compartments from the Ministry of Economy. Why this is important is that we have now in this new ministry much stronger levers to pull the change. Because earlier it was environment, restrictions, protection in one ministry, and then the business in the other, going for new markets, making money, all this. Now we have energy in the Ministry of Climate, we have housing, we have our underground mineral resources. So that means all this is coordinated within the one ministry. And we already have a very good feedback from our ministry leadership that it is really working well. This way it is possible to actually break these traditional silos of the ministries. So we see that it's much easier to make headway within this, we call it super ministry. Because when we look at the climate emissions, then almost 90% of Estonia's climate emissions are now in a way housed within the climate ministry. So we really have the levers to make that change. And I'm now working especially with this green transition coordination. I have my government ministerial commission. I have all the vice chancellors over all the ministries in Estonia. We're building networks towards how you call this, not public, like NGOs and also lobby organizations. We are building networks among our civil servants in the government sector, and we're also very much now moving towards local governments, because there is where the action very often takes place. Just a few points would like to make about this just transition part that has been already emphasized several times here, that it's important that we have this fair component in this transition process. On the one hand, I would say that actually this entire transition, this process, lays on this notion of being fair. Because if we are not able to make it fair with all those new technologies, these lifestyle changes, if we don't treat people in a friendly manner, who will then start using these new things if these are not accessible, if these are not affordable? So this is, in a way, a prerequisite to make this transition happen. And another notion that I have is oftentimes when we talk about the green transition and then comes this just transition part, it somehow for the people is often associated that this green transition or this end result itself is somehow unfair, which I think is very relevant to correct that the world that we are trying to build can definitely be much more equal, and the injustices and inequalities that we see are already embedded in the society. So the transition can either amplify these or, on the other way, actually reduce them. So it's not about that the green transition itself definitely brings along this injustice. Yeah, but I'm happy to have a nice discussion, and I'm done with my monologue.
So thank you very much, Mr. Dirga. And indeed, it's indeed. I also hear a lot that if we are talking about the green transition, we are talking automatically unfair transition. So how to turn unfair to fair, so that the green is always just as well. So thank you very much. We don't open yet the panel discussion. Let's hear out everybody's thoughts, and then we already have a panel discussion. So next one, Ivan Sergeyev, please. Do you have a presentation as well?
Yes. Could I have a clicker, please? Thank you. I think I'll just remain seated. Everybody can see me. I think that should be fine. Can't hear me.
Just bring, yeah, exactly.
Just do this? Okay.
Oh, perfect.
I'll then just be sitting in this sort of, thinking pose. It doesn't seem to stay on my head. But anyway, yes, hi, everyone. And welcome to Ida-Virumaa, welcome to Narva. This is my hometown, actually. I'm from Narva, so it's a pleasure to have such a distinguished and diverse group of people. And speaking about the topic that we're speaking about today here in Narva. I'm going to do just a really quick presentation just to show you what the context is in this particular region, because this region is, I can see the slides in front of me, but
It's over there.
Oh, they're there. Cool. Oh, this one is better somehow. But so what I will be talking, what I do is I coordinate the implementation of the Just Transition Fund which you might have heard about. It's an all-European fund aimed at regions like Ida-Virumaa, which in a sense suffer the most during the transition to climate neutrality. So we know that the green transition is a global process, but it has very diverse regional consequences. Obviously, I don't have to explain that to you. In case of Estonia, the region that we're looking at is Ida-Virumaa, so where we are right now. But obviously, there are regions like this all over Europe. So for regions like this, in 2020, the European Union set up a specific mechanism to sort of support them in this transition. In case of Estonia, yeah, it's the Ida-Virumaa region where we currently are. If we take a look at the map, then we're let's say, the northeast of Estonia. We're one of the 15 states. We're about 10% of the local population. Of the national population. We're the border region of EU and NATO, so that's special. You can see that we're right on the border with Russia. I'm sure either you already have seen the castle on the Russian side or you will, but it's a feature that we're constantly with here in Ida-Virumaa. We're right on the border with Russia, which is very important and defines in a lot of ways the local media space, the local, let's say, value system and so on. The incomes are some of the nation's lowest, except in the oil shale sector that we're trying to phase out. It's highly dependent on large industry, and again, one interesting thing is that the minority of people here actually speak Estonian. Most of the people speak Russian, over 80%. So that is quite interesting as far as communicating European policy and things like this to the local population. So oil shale is a sedimentary rock that is essentially a mixture of organic chemical compounds, which can be burned directly for energy to produce electricity and heat, or it can be used in the chemicals industry. Essentially, what you can think of, it's almost like a sponge with oil in it. So what you do is you heat up the sponge and then it starts to bleed this sort of oil-like substance, which then you can use for bunkering ships, for example, or using in the chemical industry. So it's massive, regionally speaking. About 1/3 of the GDP of the region depends on oil shale extraction and use in one way or the other. It also employs about 1/10 of the region's workers. It's highly polluting. It processes 9 times more water than the rest of Estonia combined, which is mind-blowing. It also generates over 50% of Estonia's greenhouse gas emissions. So obviously, as we phase this thing out, we have a bunch of different consequences. So the impacts are sort of all-encompassing. We're talking about cascading economic effects. We're talking about the employment. We're talking about how the youth are feeling. We're talking about health. Also, obviously, electricity and heat prices. So it's all over the place. But also the important part is that Ida-Virumaa has really been the industrial region for as long as it can remember itself. So as we're going through this we've been through transitions before. This is probably not the last one we'll have to do, but we should manage this one properly, so we don't end up with the same consequences that we did in the 90s when things just started closing, people just started losing their jobs, nobody knew what was going on. So in that sense, we're still kind of, during this transition, we still have to, in a way, deal with the trauma left from 30 years ago by the collapse of the Soviet Union. So obviously, in a context like this, you can't just kind of go and do something. You have to make sure that your partnership is strong, that you reach out to the local community. So that's what we've been trying to do. We have a pretty comprehensive network of ministries, agencies, and local organizations that deal with implementing the Just Transition on the ground, the Just Transition Fund, specifically speaking. We also have a regional Just Transition platform where with different soft networking structures such as clusters. We also have been carrying out, we have been pretty diligent with carrying out public consultation activities, informing people of the changes, sort of highlighting the success stories on the ground, and so on and so forth. We also have a steering committee, which is a pretty interesting instrument because it includes, among other things, a bunch of ministries, also members of parliament. I mean, Estonia is a small country, so we have the benefit of having really important people in some really local discussions. We also include unions, including the chemical industry union, which is AKA the oil shale sector union, in the steering committee. So the industry that is being phased out is actually in the same committee as well. They don't agree with everything. Obviously, they're one of the biggest critics of the whole thing, but they are still involved and they participate. Then the Chamber of Environmental Associations, Unemployment Insurance Fund, youth representatives as well. We had this fun little thing called the Youth Climate Assembly, where we sort of asked the local youth for what they think about the transition and what the future of Ida-Virumaa looks like. They generated 26 suggestions that we included into our Just Transition plan. They also are the youth representatives on our steering committee. Yeah, and it served as as a pilot for similar assemblies all over Estonia. If we talk about what we do, then we have 340 million altogether from the European funds. It's split roughly into two parts. One part is 80% to support large-scale investments, generate new jobs, retrain employees, labor market measures, and so on. And then the 20% sort of for all other issues that you might have a little bit. And we're sort of in the middle of the process as far as implementing the fund specifically is concerned. We're doing pretty well as far as I know, as far as the other European countries are concerned. So we have a lot of projects that are already selected. There is over 1,000 jobs currently in the process of being developed already. So that's a pretty good thing. But it's obviously a long road ahead. First results are taking shape. I'm not sure if you will be traveling around Narva much during your visit, but this one of the first investments made through the JTF, the Neo Performance Materials Magnet Factory, is actually pretty much ready, and it's just a couple of kilometers from here. So you can see the JTF not just hitting the ground, but it's actually already being raising from the ground. It's really interesting, a massive investment. And the last slide is that it's a tough thing to be telling people who depend directly on fossil fuels to leave the fossil fuel industry. It's not easy, but it's a great opportunity for us to start explaining the climate transition, the need for it from the very start, from the very ground level. You do not have to do everything as you're engaged in this if you have really good partners. You do need to ensure that stakeholders participate, and not that just they sit on the committees because they can sit silently, but they actually participate. You ask them directly for, hey, you've been silent for the last couple of meetings, like what's going on? Like what are you actually thinking? And obviously you need to speak the local people's language. I mean, if you come and speak in a language which nobody understands, that you're not accomplishing anything. So communication is actually the key, I think, in transitions like this. I mean, obviously money helps, but communication is super important. Without the communication, money is nothing. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I'm really glad to see that things are moving here in this region. And you seem also very optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, do I have a choice? But I think we have to be optimistic, right? We know that the transition is tough. I mean, I don't think there's tricking anyone that the climate transition is the climate crisis is a serious crisis, that it's actually an existential crisis. There is nothing too fun about it. But I mean, if we lose the optimism, nothing gets done. So I think we should keep that. That's one of the currencies of the transition.
Yeah. Very good. So write down your questions if you have to Ivan as well. So, but we are at the moment we are moving to the next expert, and I'm really glad to ask to introduce himself and the thoughts about this topic, Mr. Frederic Rossel.
Thank you very much.
Do you need this one also?
Thank you very much. First, I need to.
No, it's on.
It's on.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
It's loud and clear.
First of all, I'm not an expert. I think that's an important point to mention. I wish one day I will become, but it needs, I think, a bit of training from my side and improvement to become an expert. I would say, for the people who know the French accent, it's important to know I'm French. I mean, I'm supposed to live in a Nordic assembly where consensus and consensus is an important aspect of your culture. To give a less consensual speech just because I'm French and I'm supposed to create problems. And that's my role in this particular point. As a French, I'm an expert of troublemaking. Okay. First, let's say that we need to put this European Green Deal and this Just Transition Fund into a global perspective. Because we risk by focusing on this specific point to forget how the world is turning these days. Okay? And now EU. We are 5% of the world population, 25% of the world GDP, and 50% of the social expenses. Okay. It means, given the current and we have a population that is decreasing. We have industrial production that is decreasing, means our place, both in terms of population and GDP, is decreasing. How fast it will go, difficult to know. But it is decreasing since more than 20 years, and the percentage of population and GDP is decreasing very fast. Okay. It means that for us, especially in the Nordic country, speaking about justice, transition is, I would say, fairly easy. As you rightly mentioned, we have outsourced our industry. I mean, the production is in Asia, and later on in Bangladesh, and later on in India, and etc. Means we have outsourced our industry. We are basically consumers, and this, of course, gives us a very easy way to go for a green and just transition. Okay, you are closing your shale oil in Varna, which is very good, but currently Europe is surviving because of the gas in the US and the oil in the US and in Canada, which is gas shale, oil shale, and I don't know how to put it in English. For Canada, schist bitumineux, which is even dirtier than gas shale, actually. Okay, and it means that we have to realize that we have to review this in the global perspective. Okay, yes, we cut oil shale in Narva in Estonia, but we import massively oil shale from America, gas shale from America, and schist bitumineux from Canada. And this in an increased way, okay? It means that's okay, just be clear on this, okay? And we still have the benefit to have 50% of the social expenses of the world, okay? While our percentage of GDP is decreasing. I mean, how long can we afford to have this 50% of social expenses in the world where our share of the GDP is decreasing, and the relation to the population is 1 to 10 compared to the rest of the world. Okay, this I think is to give a perspective that we are super well positioned to go on this just and green transition, but there are a lot of corners which we don't wish to touch really. Okay, and these corners are actually essential. Okay, and I think that's the first point. On this, my organization, we are supporting we were not founded 50 years ago because I was a co-founder and I was 10 years at that time. We were founded 30 years ago in Afghanistan. We are now working in 50 countries, mostly in the south, except for our current biggest intervention, which is in Ukraine, for the reason I assume you all know. What is happening currently in the world? A European child, after 1 month, it's a little baby, has an impact on the carbon emission more than a Zimbabwean during his entire life. Means you take an Estonian baby, and this poor innocent creature, after 1 year, has an impact which is larger than a Zimbabwean during all his world. This to put into balance our effort compared to the entire world situation. China is currently the biggest investor in nuclear, which you might agree or not that it's a green energy. It depends. French, we believe it's a green energy. In solar panel, in wind, and actually in batteries, they have literally a monopoly. Okay, in the meantime, it means that China is investing literally, depending on this energy, between 30 to 50% of the world investment. Basically, China is the biggest green investor in the world, by far more than us, by far more than us. In the meantime, China is consuming every year 4,000 tons of coal, 4,000 million tons of coal, 4 billion tons of coal. And this year they have decided to increase it to 5 billion tons of coal. France, they used to be the third coal producer in Europe for 300 years. During its entire history, produced less than 1,000 million tons of coal. It means in 1 quarter, in 3 months, China produced more coal than France over its entire history. Okay, and this is why we have to realize that, well, this is the current. China produces 50% of the cement of the world and 50% of the steel of the world. Now, out of 1 billion people living in poverty in the world, it means less than $2 per day, which is approximately 5 cigarettes, which I'm smoking in one morning. Because as a French, of course, and I know Scandinavians are, you have the best ratio on everything. We usually have the worst on everything, going from public debt to smoking cigarettes. We're bad, I know that. And anyhow, out of this 1 billion people, 400 million live in India. Okay? Now, if we look at the global perspective, India, is anybody in this room opposite that the Indian gets the same standard of living than us? Nobody. But if we want these 1.2 billion Indians to have, well, the same lifestyle than us, actually, or let's say if Indians have to have the same standard of life than Scandinavian and Baltics, which is honestly the best in the world. Okay, imagine what it means in terms of energy. What it means. One, it's the largest country in the world in terms of population since last year. How much it will cost in terms of energy, in terms of gas emission, to reach, let's say, in 10 or 20 years, something not like us, but something, let's say, 50% of us. It will cost in terms of energy, in terms of emission, 5 times, 10 times more than EU. And if we reach zero emission, like 1 billion times more than EU, okay? And this is the real life in the world. We have Africa. Africa, by the end of the century, will be 40% of the world population, while we will be 2 or 3%. Not so clear, okay? It means Africa will become 20% more populated than Western Europe. And as I said, the Zimbabwean, in his entire life, etc., means as soon as Zimbabweans start to have an impact, let's not say 1 month, but 5 years of an Estonian and a European, it means that the impact has been multiplied by 60. Okay? If you assume that this will be 40% of the world population, 40 multiplied by 60, we can make it, it's like 350 times more emission. Okay. Well, I think that's important to put this into perspective. And it means that we are very well placed as Europeans to go on this green and just transition, reminding us that can be possibly an example, but it's nothing compared to the challenge the world is going to face. And I think that's important that while I recognize, of course, like everybody, the interest of this on this Green Deal, we recognize that's okay. On a global perspective, it's not nothing, but it's very, very, very little. Especially in a moment where us, as European countries, are crushing our aid budgets. Sweden last 2 weeks ago, crushed its aid budget by 60%. And most of the France by 20%. It means that as a global perspective, shouldn't we use our wealth, we have still 20% of the world GDP, to take responsibility, not only to crush what we are doing, but to increase it? It's a question I ask myself, okay? And or is EU, as it is, going to stop aiding these people in the south that, etc. And now, there are 2 points which I felt were very important. And again, this is very Scandinavian in a way. The first point is convergence. I think it's very important we make sure that in this global situation, we ask people to converge, not only within our societies, between the private sector, the civil society, the state, the academics, but with the South. Because this is where the biggest challenge is. This is where the money is lacking, and this is where the efforts have to be done much more than in our country. Means the question of convergence within our societies and north and south is very important, first point. Second point, in this, you see, we have currently 2 agendas which are literally contradicting themselves. The first agenda is a COP. Let's reduce carbon emission. Of course, we are very concerned with it because it's fairly easy. Our industry is not in Europe. Energy production is not in Europe. And we are basically consumers. And aging, becoming smaller in terms of size, etc., etc. And we have a second point, which is the SDG. The SDG is not for us. The SDG is for 90% of the world population to be like us. But this creates a major need in terms of industry, carbon emission. I mentioned about India now, China in the last 20 years, and Africa in the last 40 to 50 years. Okay? I mean, how can we balance these 2 things? Imagine if I was recently in a slum in Manila. Imagine if I start to say to these people, sorry guys, we have to reduce our carbon emission because the world is in danger. Probably I will not have left the slum alive because they will tell me, hey, guy, you realize the situation we are in? Okay. This slum was 1.5 million people. Half of the population of Estonia.
No,
okay.
The whole
population of Estonia. Yeah. Okay. One slum and the whole population of Estonia. This slum is really looking for the SDG and for the, well, not to be like us, but to be, let's say, like, I don't know, Tunisia at least, let's say. Well, middle-income countries. They don't want to become like you, the consensus and the quality of life. And, well, Scandinavia, it's a dream, okay? You live really in the world, you live literally in an Iceland of prosperity, consensus, peace, love, okay, which is not exactly human, literally, okay? For us, it's like, how is it simply possible that this is happening in this part of the world? And, but anyhow, and this contradiction, we try to coin it as a global message is zero carbon, zero exclusion, zero poverty. Okay. These 2 things, we want zero carbon and they want zero poverty. How can we be really just and not being self-centered and speaking about ourselves? The wealth of EU, of course, should be concentrated on EU population, but should serve as an example and should possibly being used to help these countries to reach that level. Means convergence and zero carbon, zero carbon, zero poverty, zero exclusion. Although we are a humanitarian organization, has been our 2 main, I would say, two main focus. Just to advertise in in meetings like that, that our responsibility is not only, but it's important to have this fair transition, like for example in Narva when you mentioned this, all the etc., but to use this transition and our wealth as a leverage to support the planet, to go into, to support India, to go in this very, 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 because if we don't do it, all our efforts are nothing. Because just of one country, India, okay, like it has been one country, China, okay, and we want what is literally the key point globally is India going to absorb as much resources as China in the last 20 years, creating as much carbon footprint in the last 20 than China in the last 20 years. If this is the case, our entire efforts are worth zero. Okay. If we manage to support India, etc., except that the hour I speak, and this is the end of my story, my speech, India is far of doing the same investment of China on nuclear, wind and solar, because they don't have money. But they have huge reserve of coal, huge. And it's very likely that if nothing is done, the growth, the need of energy for the growth of the GDP of India will be fueled by coal. Actually, coal is our main danger, not even oil, not even gas. Coal is the main danger. And, well, I think that's important. Means what we do now, it's very important, but we shouldn't forget the world. Because the world is not looking at Gibraltar and at the North Cape. The world is talking at the Antarctic. And finally, and that will be my, we have the question of backlash. And this, we can of course do like if it's not happening. But I think 1 month ago, we had the election where the US have slapped in the face of all our efforts. And basically, for the time being, the backlash, and the US are 25% of the world economy. But in terms of influence, it's of course much more than Europe. And there it's not a backlash, it's a three backlash at once, okay? And even in Europe, the backlash is already there. Let's see what will happen. But already several countries have gone into I will say, into the backlash. Basically, the risk of our green and just transition might facilitate the backlash on people saying enough, etc. And that's something we have to take into account. What has been happening in the US won't happen in Europe, and especially not in Scandinavia and in the northern countries. But we have to take into account the fact that the dynamics are very diverse and not necessarily close to what we hope. And in this vast context, I think I'm still saluting this conference, what all you are doing, and we are doing actually. I've congratulated myself too, but we need to understand what we are and what is the scale of the problem and the scale of the stuff. And I hope on the many interlocutors I've seen, I see a lot of, I see a lot of convergences between our concept of convergence and our concept of 000. But please, please, keep in mind that we are not anymore an important part of the world. And the world is vast, and carbon emissions are not just stopping to fly as soon as they reach the border of Finland or the border of Iceland. It's a global problem. Sorry for being so long, but I'm French. I cannot stop speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Frederic. Thank you, Frederick, for giving this global perspective, global insight, and also reminding that the just transition is not just on local level, but it's also on global level. There are different layers of just transition. And thank you very much for bringing those numbers into pictures. Because I also noticed that sometimes if we are talking about really environmental crises and we're trying to convince people that there are crises and there are problems, we don't differ anymore the numbers who has 6 zeros, 9 zeros and 12 zeros. So it's always good to put those numbers also to perspective. So many good examples from your side. So to put the numbers to play. So thank you very much. But we have 2 more panelists, and I would like to give the word to Elva. Elva, by the way, did you know that we have a city named by you in Estonia?
Ooh.
Yeah, especially for you.
Nice, thank you.
Yeah.
You can claim it.
Yes, I'm going to claim it. So before I start, I want to sacrifice 1.5 minutes of my time and give it to you. I propose that we all stand up and stretch a little bit. We do that?
And now run.
Thank you. That's good.
Scandinavia.
Oui,
Scandinavia.
absolument.
You are different.
Thank you, Elva. Thank you, Elva, for that.
Je suis tunisien.
And
C'est ça, j'allais vous dire sans
yeah, this is really metaphorical. I'm standing here and I didn't notice that we need to stress. Yeah, so yeah, it's also in environmental issues in the same way that sometimes you don't notice if you are not experiencing it by yourself.
Exactly.
But yeah, Elva, please.
Thank you. So I already talked a lot, so I'm going to try to be a little bit briefer. I won't promise if I will succeed. Ástæðan okkar spjallum með mynd. Ég skal taka mynd af þér eftir. Okay, so I'm going to try to be very practical and sort of go into very sort of practical ways that we can. What are the key challenges, and there may be some solutions. So I want to focus on sort of 3 players: government, businesses, and academia. When it comes to government, I think that they, and I'm really going down to the sort of specifics here. I think we need a very clear path to implementation. In Iceland, I think at least that is one of the things that failed when it came to the EU regulation on sustainability, the Green Deal, is that there wasn't a very clean path to how the implementation was going to work. So sort of unambiguous messaging from the government about the purpose of the regulation and the timelines and what assistance would be sort of handed out from the public sector to the companies, because there's been a lot of resistance from the companies to these regulations. So I think that could have helped a lot. So I also think that we need to think about the power of public procurement. I used to work in the public sector for a long time, so I forgot to tell anything about myself before. I am an anthropologist, and then I am an environmental scientist on top of that. And I worked for 14 years in the Icelandic Environment Agency, and just recently took over the role that I have now. So I know that the focus has been on public procurement for a long time. It's nothing new, and we're already doing it. But I think we can do more, specifically when it comes to sort of moving the market towards innovative solutions. So product as service. Think about recycled materials in construction, for example. This is something that we could do a lot more of. I recently heard about a really interesting company in Norway. They take apart all old oil platforms in the sea, and then they sort of clean up and test all the steel, and then they sell it again as steel for building new houses. Just very simple, and it works perfectly. So they get a CE improvement for the steel and everything. So I think we can do a lot more there, because construction is a conservative business, but what you do in construction is going to last for decades, hopefully. So we could do more there. I also think that in the public sector, you can do a lot more when it comes to inclusion of workers, whether it be workers with another background and therefore other languages or disabilities or whatever it is, because you have a different atmosphere and different set of regulations when it comes to the rights of employees in the public, so you could use that actively. Another thing that I'm super interested in, having worked with the government, is that when we're talking about green transition, we're talking about the climate, we are talking about cross-disciplinary problems. So we need to be able to solve them across ministries. It is not like, I really applaud what you're doing in Estonia. I think it's super interesting to put the economy part in there. But at least in Iceland, we have all these ministries that have like little bits of the problem that they have to deal with. And so there is no one that has the mandate to tell another ministry what to do. So I think we need a different type of cooperation, sort of cross-ministry cooperation, but also cross-disciplinary, so that there's much closer work with the business side of things, without it being like, you know, we're going to dig this line between us and we are here and you are there and pew pew. It has to be more of a cooperation, because we're all trying to walk in the same direction. So I think that if you think about the role of both government and business, we need to realize that they are working, when it comes to climate, they have different goals in a certain sense. So the goals of the government is to reach the Paris Agreement. And that's a goal of everyone, of course, but the government has been given that role. You have to make the NDCs, you have to sort of put in place the action plan of how you're going to decrease by, you know, 40% by that time, or 55% by that time, or whatever. Companies are not looking at it the same way, because they have to look at their emissions from scope 1, 2, and 3. And 70 to 90% of their emissions is in scope 3, which means it's outside of the scope of the Paris Agreement for the nation. So the business now, when CSRD comes into practice, actually doesn't have the same need to be looking at what's happening within the country, specifically like countries like Iceland, when we already have green energy. So their focus is going to be on the value chain and what's happening somewhere else, which is good. That's what we need to do, right? But at that point in time, government needs to learn a new way to talk to business, to get business to listen, to be on board. So for businesses, they have a huge role in fostering innovation. You know, we need disruptive entrepreneurs, and that usually doesn't happen within the business itself. So a company is probably not going to invest in entrepreneurs that are disruptive to their own business model. So it's probably going to be outside entrepreneurs. I saw some data the other day that said that 80 or 90% of disruptive innovation comes from outside the business, and 10% within, because it's unusual that people are willing to put money into something that is going to destroy their sort of business model. So finance has a really big role. We need to invest in green solutions. We need banks to provide green funds, but we also need quality projects that are eligible for green funding. And sometimes I hear that the green funding isn't available enough, but I also hear that there is enough green funding, we don't have enough eligible projects to fund. So like these have to go hand in hand. And I think that businesses can move fast when government moves slow. So for example, when it comes to information gathering, when it comes to AI development for optimization, and also when it comes to introducing diversity into the workplace and so on. A little bit about the role of academia. I know I promised to be quick, I'm not sure I'm living up to that. I think that academia has to make sure that there is always this is not only the role of the academia. We, all of us, have to make sure that there is an active conversation between business and government that are the decision makers, and then academia, who are the knowledge providers. So we need there to be an active discourse between those two, because the decision makers are taking decisions today based on information that is probably 5 years old, because they don't have the time, they don't have the focus on getting the most recent information all the time to take then decisions that are going to be in effect for a long time. So we need to make sure that the sort of very active conversation there between. And I think academia has a really, really important role, talking about the backlash, talking about politics, academia has a role of speaking truth to power. They are the best people to speak truth to power. Civil society as well, but academia definitely. And one point as well, I think that academia needs to think about sustainability outside of the scope of environmental studies or biology or something. Like, we have to get sustainability in the academic setting into everything, into studying law, into economy and human resources and everything. And we need to be smart in using the social sciences in academia to work towards sustainability. A small case that I heard the other day, I hope I'm repeating it correctly. I heard this at the COP in Egypt when I was there, that there was this big UN-funded project where they were putting up solar panels. I think the country was Bangladesh. I want to say Bangladesh. And it was like a huge investment, and it worked really well. So they were like solar panels in very many places. But then, sort of, as the time went, you had to support these panels and repair them and whatever. And then they hadn't thought about the social aspect, which was that you couldn't send male repair workers into the homes where there were only women at home during the day, and they weren't allowed to let the men in to repair the solar panels. So you had to rethink the project and train skilled workers that were female that could go in and work. So all these things. So lastly, I think that we need to be very smart about things like regulation, for example, circular economy. We have current regulation that is hindering circular economy. And also our recycling processes are complicated when it comes to chemical components in recycled products. We need to have safety in our products as well, so we can't just downgrade that for the purpose of recycling products. We also need to make sure that we have secure chemical components. I think that all our value chains are really vulnerable to climate change and to decrease in biodiversity and to conflict around the world, and we need to make sure that we realize what that risk is and how large it is, how large a monetary risk it is for our societies. And we also need to gain much more information about our value chains when it comes to human rights. We know nothing about our value chains when it comes to human rights. We don't know if there's child labor. We don't know if people are getting paid. We don't know how our products are being produced. And we really need to get much more information about that. And we also need to look at human rights at home. We can't close our eyes to what's going on in our own states as well. And then lastly, I think one of the challenges that we have is geopolitics. Geopolitics is going to play such a huge role in how we manage the green transition and how we manage the just transition. We're talking about climate refugees. We're talking about polarization in politics, and so on. So I think we have a lot of challenges, but we also have a lot of ways forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, we have a lot of challenges, but we also have a lot of opportunities, and always look at the bright sides. So thank you very much, Elva. And now moving to Hate Matala. So you heard already all speakers, so you can actually already reflect your thoughts on them as well. So please give your insight on that topic, please.
Thank you very much, Anneli. In fact, it makes it more difficult for me now to say something. But anyway, I thought that hearing all the different perspectives on the issue, of course, this clearly indicates that this is a global issue. So in order to be effective, we need to establish a very close cooperation and very close international collaboration. So I thought, from this perspective, I thought I would bring maybe perspective from the southern shore of the Mediterranean, how things are happening, and what efforts are being made, particularly if we understand that according to, I would say, most analysts and experts on the field of climate change environmental impact, the Mediterranean region stands to be one of the most vulnerable regions in the world where the effects of climate change and the environmental impacts will be deeply felt. We have already seen the floods in various parts of Southern Europe, but also in North Africa happening. And I think this is a clear indication that it is not something, like you said, that it stops at the edge of the water going south or going east or west. It is a global issue. I also heard about the notion or the concept of fairness. And I think this comes into the debate about how to balance between the development requirements of the developing countries and the necessity to reduce the carbon effect in the developed countries. I believe that there are several possibilities that can be introduced in this approach. One of them is to focus on local development. Policy that would encompass the entire region or the entire country, if we're talking country specific, could probably not have the same results moving from one region to the other. So the best way to really act is to make sure that we use what is locally available. That would reduce the transportation cost. This will reduce also the need for mobility of the people, and then you would be using the workforce. And the workforce locally is very important because locals are the ones who really know the region, and they know how to deal with the elements of the region. And then you put all of that into a global strategic or a global strategy, development strategy for the country, and that can give you maybe a little bit more flexibility into this. Now, the third aspect, which is this debate between the development needs and the carbon reduction requirements, particularly between the two parts of the world, the developing countries and the developed world. I think the whole issue, and here I put my cap of ambassador, the whole thing is an issue of negotiation, discussions, and of course, when we discuss, when we negotiate, we know that we have to make compromises. So compromises will have to come on both ends, and maybe one of the compromises that could be coming from the developed world is that this needs probably to take a longer time. It's not something that needs or must be achieved within a decade or within like 20 years. It could take longer, as long as the target or the objective is clear, whether it is for the reduction of carbon or, and I would say also must be very clear in terms of development goals. So both go together. And I think this could be achieved. You mentioned the population of Africa, and I think this is really something that I would say is essential, because I believe that Africa will be the center or the central continent for probably the next 50 or in the next half a century. But we have to bear in mind that today, about 600 million Africans do not have access to electricity. So that gives you the scope of the challenge here. When it comes to turning this 600 million people into, I would say, citizens of the world like anybody else, or like everybody else, that takes a lot of imagination, a lot of innovation, a lot of effort. And then this, with all these components, my country, Tunisia, still has embarked on a very, I would say, ambitious program dealing with environmental impact and climate change in terms of introducing renewable energy. And the target is that by the year 2030, we would reach 35% of the electricity in the country being produced from renewable sources, using, of course, mainly solar, but also wind farms. And there is a very large program to establish large plants, solar energy production plants in a variety, in various parts of the country. And this, in fact, could also be introduced or enter into the concept of the international cooperation, because there is today a project underway. It is called ELMED. ELMED connection is a cable connecting Tunisia to Italy to send electricity produced from solar energy. And this is something that, of course, is both financed by the World Bank, by the European Commission, but also by other sources. But I think it would basically establish the very important notion of collaboration, because we will be sending electricity, clean electricity, to Italy. It will be distributed throughout Europe through the European grid. But in times of peak, we will be receiving it back. And I think it really creates this back and forth cooperation between the two countries. And of course, we also have established an organization. It's called the Agency for the Energy Management, and it coordinates all strategies and all projects to reduce energy consumption. We have already, between 2010 and 2020, we have been successful in reducing the energy intensity in our use by 2% per year. So it's already a reduction of by 20% in this. And of course, the government is also putting a lot of effort, particularly in subsidizing. There was a very big campaign to change bulbs. And all the bulbs were offered free by the government, or heavily subsidized at least. And this also, of course, has helped reduce dramatically the electric consumption, but also increase energy savings. Waste management is also something that we are now fully engaged into, whether it is domestic waste, turning it into methanol for mobility, but also for electricity production. Also, we are using construction waste to build roads, recycle it. And of course, plastic and paper. There are a lot of volunteer organizations that collect plastic and collect paper, and this will be recycled sold to those plants that would recycle them. And the benefit will be used to help far remote areas in terms of school material, clothing for children. So it's a full line of activities that are linked to the recycling of paper, for instance, and plastic. The major problem we have in Tunisia, as you probably know, is the water or the hydric resources. And we are now being pushed into basically changing even the type of crops because of the lack of water that we are experiencing, and introducing new production or new agricultural produce that will be consuming less water and will be more suitable to the type of climate that is now being becoming more and more the norm in North Africa. Again, I mean, there are, of course, like I mentioned, the international partnerships, but let me also conclude by maybe putting forward some of the challenges that we face in this policy. I spoke about the underlying concepts, the understanding, the commitment, the engagement, but there are, of course, challenges that we have to raise. The first one is the funding shortages. All of this policy costs money, and of course, we do not have that kind of big means to really implement all those new policies, introduce innovative technologies to help in this process. The second one, which I believe is probably the most difficult to handle, is we must confess that there is a limited public awareness of the challenge for the environmental impact and the need to really handle more appropriately the climate change that we are facing. And it is, as we all know, it is very difficult to change habits, particularly consumption habits and living standards, particularly for the elder generations, because they do not see immediate results, or there are no immediate results that we can use to demonstrate the validity of the effort. Younger generation are more accepting and more committed to this. So that is really one of the major difficulties that we face, and it requires a lot of efforts, a lot of awareness raising, projects and initiatives. And the third one would be the economic crisis, which is worldwide, global economic crisis, and this, of course, puts a lot of stress on the population itself, and puts people facing a dilemma in terms of setting priorities in the family budget. What would be the first or the most important priority? Is it food? Is it, health? Is it environment? Is it, to work on the climate or the environment transition? And I would say that probably the last one, and I mentioned this, it is the water shortage. The continued drought that the country has experienced for the last, I would say, 6 or 7 years really has put the country now in the category of hydric stress, which means that we are almost now in a situation where we have to ration water use. Some policies were introduced last summer where water would be cut off during the night, sort of like to basically allow the reserves to replenish. And also, we are expanding the number of desalination plants and increasing their production capacity. If you look at Tunisia, It has a long-shaped country, and I would say that, roughly speaking, starting from the middle of the country, all of the southern part of the country now uses desalinized water, and that costs money. So there is a very big effort that needs to be done, but of course we also have a lot of international projects, particularly with the European Union, through the Global Gateway, but also through other programs. I mentioned the ELMED project, which is also with the European Union and Italy itself. So again, what I'm trying to say here is that, yes, we cannot continue business as usual, but there is a limit to the effort that developing countries can do in terms of fulfilling all the obligations. And I think there is, on this issue, a much bigger effort that needs to be done from the developed countries. And in our case, our #1 partner in the South is the European Union. And we believe that in this, and I use again the term that we are in this together. And I think whatever the European Union can do in terms of supporting and increasing the efforts of the countries in the southern shore of the Mediterranean will have an immediate direct impact on Europe itself. So it is basically for Europe that it's being done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing those positive case studies, initiatives like a helmet and so on. Always, if I hear such kind of like a startup and the initiative, I get very optimistic. And thank you for balancing that with challenges. Of course, we have a different, slightly different challenges in different countries, but we all do have them. And I would like to continue with challenges, because I think there are tons of good initiatives already, but let's talk about challenges. And also let's come back to Estonia. And let's go directly again to Ida-Virumaa, because think globally, act locally, and maybe I even rephrase that get inspired globally, but implement locally, right?
If I may.
Yes.
Because it's an important point. And you mentioned something very similar. We have been for a long time being told of think globally and act locally. I think if we want to be really successful, we have to think locally and to act globally. The real story is to think locally. For example, you mentioned, okay, very good, the shale oil in Narva. What it means for a district that speaks Russian and that's very attached to its previous industrial tradition. What is in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, the fact that men cannot go to etc. houses. We are funded in Pakistan by the Pakistani government because we integrated this from the day one. And actually, the Pakistan government found a northern NGO to work on the solidarization of houses and school, because from the day one we say careful, think locally. Means I got you. I think we should really, for the future, think locally to allow a positive global action. But
think locally and act globally. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. But you already mentioned the oil shale, and I would like to point that topic as well, because this is very much connected with Ida-Virumaa. So Estonia plans to stop using oil shale for energy. So, and I'm really
producing.
Sorry?
Producing oil shale.
Producing.
No. Using oil shale.
Using
shale oil and oil shale are different things.
Yes, shale oil and oil shale. Okay.
Okay. So anyway, we are trying to stop using it for energy and to turn into renewable energy. And so the in Estonia, we have like the saying that the wolves are fed and the sheep are alive and healthy. So if we're talking about the oil shale for energy, so of course the oil shale production affects everyone in Ida-Virumaa, literally, I believe. So where to do compromise? So if we can't do just transition into renewable energy, so where we do compromise? Metaphorically asked, how many sheep are we ready to sacrifice?
And you asked that from me.
Madis or Ivan?
No pressure on the question. But before we go to oil shale and Ida-Virumaa, I just wanted to make sure that Kaidi is not speaking.
Might have to push like this.
No. Okay, gotcha. I'll take this thinker pose again and answer the tough question. First of all, I'll comment on the think locally, act globally, and vice versa. I mean, I think we have to do both. In a sense, like the European Union's instrument that we use locally is, and we didn't come up with it. Like in Estonia, to be honest, in Estonia, the term just transition did not really exist before the European Union came up with it. Or, I mean, I think it did, but still through international relationships. Otherwise, I mean, the oil shale sector has actually been in decline for like 20 plus years, and nobody really cared much until the just transition mechanism arrived. So I think we're just lucky to be in the geopolitical bloc that we're in, and yeah, being pretty efficient with it. On the other hand, we have, so it's been the global policy to a local level. On the other hand, the way we've been administering and sort of executing the transition here in Ida-Virumaa, we've been really generous with sharing the know-how everywhere, in the Just Transition Mechanism platform, in Brussels. I mean, literally everywhere. So, just for example, the way that we set up the steering committee that I just touched on briefly before. A lot of regions were saying that, oh wow, this is awesome. Like we administer the just transition locally or regionally, but for example, the national parliament doesn't really care what we do, or vice versa. In some countries, it's administered really, like let's say somewhere from the state level, and the local level is never asked for even an opinion of what they should be doing with this, although the money is targeted to that particular region. So in that sense, I think there is a lot of know-how that is currently being generated as to how to do a just transition in such a way, or how to carry out a just transition, how to set it up in such a way that the wolves are fed and the sheep, I mean, the wolves are vegan and the sheep are all happy. So in that sense, I think there is, I sort of hate this phrase because it's overused, but no size fits all, I guess, is the right thing, literally, and just sharing among ourselves to make sure that no good practice goes unnoticed. On the other hand, just to correct certain things, I mean, oil shale, yes, it's a rock that we burn directly for electricity. So it's sort of like coal, but it's not really coal. So the structure it's a rock, but it can also you can also get liquid fuels from it, and it's not that we outsource it somewhere. We're literally trying to phase it out. So just get rid of it. And there is a huge debate as to what should we do instead then, because we derive a huge amount of electricity from oil shale. We all know that the renewable energy system it needs balancing capacities. So there is sometimes, even in Estonia, when the wind doesn't blow. And obviously the sun is not the largest resource we have here, as you might have noticed. So in that sense, we need something, right, to pick up the load when the wind is not blowing, the sun is not shining. What is it? Is it going to be oil shale that we sort of turn on and off as we need, or is it going to be pumped hydro, or I mean, again, Estonia is completely flat, right? So pumped hydro. And it is not. We don't have an answer yet. At least I don't think. I mean, maybe Madis, you do. But I haven't noticed that we have a really clear answer. I think we're sort of in this mess of a situation, all of us, all over the world, in a sense of like, what is going to happen next? What can we do? And that is why the knowledge sharing is so important. Because things I know, you might not, and vice versa. And unless we talk, we will just kind of stumble around. So that's why the international cooperation, even in knowledge sharing, is super important. But maybe, I don't know, Madis, do you want to share about the transition?
It would be very difficult to disagree with you as an
Which
expert
part?
on this.
Which part?
Sure. But I would also have just stressed this notion that this almighty oil industry had already been declining for some time. And especially the electricity production, this is so wasteful, and it will just die out on its own pretty much. And the question is if they are being able to run a chemical industry on that. This is open. We're not forbidding this. But I would say that there is not any need for a compromise. It's fully possible to have a new type of industry moving into, for example, this Ida-Viru country. It's fully doable to have renewable production capacity covering our consumption. Of course, also coming back to this base load, as I've come to understand, it's like two layers. One is base load that pretty much runs steadily all the time. Also the nuclear, they're like base load. This is not the power station that you switch on and off as you like. And the same is oil shale. So this is not really a power capacity that you can steer. You just turn it on and it's there. But we need more reactive power. Kus juhitud ilmselt on? Anyway, yeah, the power capacity that you can steer, like for example, small gas stations, really like switch on and switch off. If I may just continue, this one big world picture, and of course it's sometimes even embarrassing that we are discussing here with our green transition. Can we make it happen? Because some of the prices will go up a little bit, and maybe we cannot afford to vacation trips abroad compared to the problems that we have in most of the world. But I would say that when it comes to the carbon emissions from energy production, and energy is globally roughly 75%, they say, emits the CO2 emissions, then globally it's doable, and there are studies that already indicate, given the prices that we have today, pretty much like in a 6 years time, it's the payback time nowadays. So it's already cheaper to build renewable capacity also in Asia. I'm not that expert in Asia, but I just happen to know that, for example, in Vietnam, the solar production, they just outpaced, for example, United States in a very short period of time. And obviously, when you look at the costs and investments, yes, they have figured globally, for example, that it takes 2 to 4% global GDP to fix the energy system and our food system, which are the big culprits, let's say. And actually the money is there, but very often it's in the wrong place or in the wrong hands. And here we really come to this inequality thing. We see that the inequality is increasing in the world. And here definitely we should have both national attention to that, but also global initiatives. There has been, I think, I might be a little bit mistaken on the name, how they call it, but like global rich tax or something, so that it's not possible to evade taxes just finding another country and pay nothing from your profits. So if we have the money in the right place for the right investments, there seems to be enough money for all these investments. But this is, of course, when it comes to energy production, when it comes to material resource use, this is much trickier, yes. And I just correct, the Ministry of Climate doesn't run the entire business and industry in Estonia. We just got components from the Ministry of Economy. So there is still the Ministry of Economy, they do their things, but we just got very important pieces that strongly relate to climate, for example, the energy part. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But I would like to just ask a little bit the audience also, like, what is it that you see is missing? That is it ministries? Is it other public organizations are not doing, are not paying enough attention to?
Yeah, question to the audience.
For example, if I want to take care of nature and use one extra cup instead of hundreds of cups while drinking coffee, I'm buying it, and longest it lasted 1 year, and the shortest 2 weeks. They're just breaking, they're not good quality, and government would be great to have some kind of check also on it, some kind of rules that if it's eco, it's also good quality, and it's not just for itself. Yeah, and it's really eco.
So you suggest that authorities should regulate these things so that the producers are being held accountable for rolling out products that last longer.
Yeah, also same thing. If you buy t-shirt in men's section and if you buy t-shirt in women's section, it's two different qualities. And
Which one's better?
yes. And it's also the point that a lot of things. I just went to my closet, and part of
Just 1 week before I went to closet, saw a lot of bunch of stuff that I'm not using. I checked up and I understood that it's not that I'm bad person and buying a lot of things. It's also because of bad design, bad quality pockets, small pockets design that I can't use daily, or color that I can't find how to use with other clothes. And it's also the point that okay, I'm not professional in stylist and everything, and I shouldn't be. It should be on governmental level that clothes also should be good quality with pockets for women, because by my opinion it's discrimination. Also, sorry, but I think so. And also shoes. Like, you're coming to the shop, you're trying to find shoes for like winter and autumn, and you're finding shoes that are used only basically windy, cold weather till 10 degrees or so.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
so more regulation, yeah, that's the ministries are usually good at, yeah.
Over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kirma?
Oh,
Yeah, up
Sorry, I
there.
couldn't see you. There's light.
Yeah, okay, I can imagine you can see me,
Now I
even
can.
though when I'm quite visible.
Mm.
Okay, I should like to react in a whole, because I find it a little bit a pity that we didn't have the opportunity until now to have our reaction towards what we heard. So, first thing I should like to say, as we say in French, venons terre à terre. Let us come once again back to earth. Because I'm living in two parts of the world. The first part is here in Europe, and then the second part is the sub-Saharan area, especially West Africa. And when I see this kind of conferences, and of course it's very useful what we are doing, but I see this as a kind of luxury. What we are doing, the kind of reflections we have are luxurious reflections. Because when I go at the other side of the world and I come in Benin, then the first thing what people are thinking about is how are we going to survive? How are we going to live every day? And if there is a problem about energy, or if there is any problem about waste, or about what it might be, the first problem in Africa remains the problem of how am I going to live every day? What do I mean with this is that when I see the money which is spent also in Europe and in other Western countries towards this green transition, then I have always stomach pain. Because I see at the same time that in the other countries of the South, they have stomach pain as well, but not because of the conferences or not because of the actions which cost the money, but they have stomach pain because they simply have hungry. They are hungry. I see that very often those problems we are talking about as green and just transition are handled very often in European countries. I'm sure that in southern countries they are doing it as well, but not on the same level. I should like to invite governors, especially of the European community and the European Commission, to go a bit more to Africa and to other parts of the world where they are really struggling with basic issues, and I think we should think a little bit different. I had a struggle with one of the European sections to talk about Africa and to talk about the...
Yes, thank you. We are already.
Yeah, no, I will stop
Can
there.
you summarize?
Yeah, but I'm a little bit disturbed. I'm sorry. I said I was talking about Africa, and we wanted to discover Africa out from Europe in Africa, and they had as a conclusion, no, you have to do it in Europe. So just to say how far we very often are away from the reality. So please, I should like to invite, if we really want to evaluate, even if we really want to do something together, I think it has to be local first of all, because local we know what the reality is. But if we can bring it to a global sense, it will be far, far better.
Thank you very much.
So, I'll be short. I'll try to be short. So, please try to be more short and concrete in your questions or answers or proposals. So yeah, because we have plenty of people.
Thank you very much. I'm from Africa, West Africa. I'm from Senegal. I'm the founder of a small NGO. I'm also a scholar. I'm specialized on colonialism, post-colonialism, and all these kind of concepts. You know. My problem with going back to local, I think that local does not exist anymore. Because of what? Because of since the local have been destroyed and replaced by the other local, those who are in the local don't see themselves as a local because they have been alienated. Let me explain it this.
Please make it short.
It's very important. It's very important what I'm trying to say, because it's the core problem we are having here. Because I think we are failing to grasp the core of the issue, because we are maybe trying to overlook the origin of the global scene. What I call the global scene, it is colonialism. what we share, Africa and these countries that have been previously colonized by Russia, is the same thing, is that what was locally there have been destroyed. And the way we produce, the way we consume, the way we behave in the environment have been destroyed and replaced by other mentality. If we don't try to keep back, to bring back what is indigenous, what is the essence of humanity, of being in the world, trying to be in coherence with our inhabitants, it will be complicated. Whatever we do, transition may not happen if we don't try to keep things, to keep man connected to the land, to the earth. And that is the core question I think we are trying to not grasp, to not go deeper.
Yeah, thank you. I think we got your thought, we got the idea, thank you. Okay, yeah,
So what I feel is missing a lot, and also I've just been reading a new thing that they started in Denmark, the Green Free Party. I don't know how to translate it, but what is missing for me is when we're talking about sustainability and our product, like we consume a lot, we never talk about how we, for example, produce less, or when we produce too much that people don't buy, what do we do with that? We don't contribute it? Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
We got it.
So that would be like my answer. It's like there's not put enough energy in how much we produce, and if we produce too much and people are not buying it, how do we make sure that it's not just wasted and thrown in a dumpster? Yeah, that would be like.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, time is up, but I have a question to Vasily. Can we still have some more questions? 5 more minutes. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if do we just take like questions and then we go and discuss these over the lunch, or?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm really happy that this panel discussion have evoked a lot of thoughts, a lot of questions. Because, then let's just raise those questions and let's have a discussion over the lunch. Then we have something to talk about.
This last question, it's very topical, of course. It's the overproduction, that we produce things that we don't even use. And here again, the magic buzzword, regulations. So it's coming down from Commission again, saying, for example, textiles that previously it has been so that large part of the collections that they do not sell, they just dump them. So now they are forcing a regulation that they are not allowed to do that. Again, it needs monitoring, and it's like it builds up the regulation every time. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a good news. We have 8 minutes more. Vasily gave us, so we have time for some questions. Elva, do you also want to
just maybe
comment?
wanted to comment a little bit because 2 people have been talking about clothing and consumption and so on. And just regulation, I agree, that's very useful. It's a tool that we can use, but there are a lot of other things that we can do as well. When it comes to sort of like quality of products, we can talk about sort of eco-labels, for example, where you have it built in that the product has to be eco-friendly, but also have a certain quality. So like that's a market tool that can be used as well. And then of course we have to talk about consumer behaviorism and how we can change norms, cultural norms, towards how we consume, because production is usually linked to the demand in the market. So we have to also talk about how we can change behavior, and that is not something that I cannot answer that in 15 seconds. That is a huge question, but that is a multi-dimensional thing that we have to work towards as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. I can just reflect on what you answered when we talk about what should be tackled down. And then there are 2 people talking about like colonialism and these issues, and you are answering just about the production and responsibility. So that's the problem with these organizations, that they are not facing the real problem. It's the justice that should be served. So when we are talking about like global issues, when we are talking, we cannot say that, yeah, China is doing this and Africa would do that. The problem, the main issue is that the justice is not there. Not only in Africa or in Middle East that I am from or in China, but even in Europe, the justice is not there. When we are like closing our eyes towards the issue and try to answer the other easier questions, then we cannot reach the answer because the answer is very obvious where it is, and that should be answered.
Can I ask you to be a little bit more specific, please? Like, what do you mean by justice is not there? Like, what do you actually mean?
Yeah, when we are, we cannot talk about just transition as like a green justice for everyone. When we have the society is divided, when we have like not justice in industry, not justice in like production, not just think about the people on the lands, nothing justice about like colonization, like the whole, you know, the production of like this mess in the world that like.
So what do you suggest?
We can talk about that, and then we can answer those questions about first, and go towards finding a solution. I'm not suggesting a solution when there is no solution, but we can talk about that and find something.
Yeah, sometimes a good question is already a good question. So to answer, yes.
That's obviously a very important question, and maybe there's a reason why I, for example, decided to say something about the textiles and not colonization, because it's difficult.
It's massive.
It's massive, and it's hard to do in a short time, but that doesn't deflect from the importance of it. I just wanted to give sort of some cases, because there's some people are doing something somewhere. For example, I know that in finance, a lot of investment funds and so on are thinking very hard about how they can affect and use their effect in the value chains and so on. And for example, I know that Storebrand, which is a Nordic investment fund, they are putting in place very sort of direct limits to, for example, the investments that they want to make in Israel, for example. And so they divide it up into different categories that they want to limit this to. They also do it when it comes to Russia because of Ukraine. They also do it in Brazil because of deforestation. So there are people doing something in the world, but it's maybe, of course, it's limited. It's not sort of generalized, and it could be much more. But yeah, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. Mike is there.
Tarek from Morocco. I have a question for Frederick, and I stop in the expression we say that the world is in danger, and it is, but the world is governed by politics, and for democracy, the two great powers in the world are the two great pollutants. We're talking about China 30% of gas emission, and United States 40% of gas emission, and also they often make reservation in many agreements about the green transition. So, well, I'm not pessimist, and I'm for the civil society, and for this we are here. But how can we do against these powers? And I think now with the new president, the situation can be maybe worse. I'm a physician, I'm an occupational doctor, and I see the impact of occupational and also environmental diseases on the general population. So the question is this: how can we do apart our civil society role, but in politics?
You know, the fact that we have good questions don't mean we have good answers. You have a very good question. Very simple question. Two countries produce actually around 2/3 of the world emission. Okay? Two countries. If these two countries decide something, etc. But then, I don't have a good answer. Now, the US are in full backlash, refusing for some time, I don't know when, I mean, US, forget it. They are drastically opposite to the simple purpose of this meeting, of this, etc. China, they have decided to increase their coal production from 4,000 million of tons to 5,000. Okay. Then, of course, we are facing, yes, means a good answer. I don't know for the reply. On maybe another point. Several people mentioned about colonialism. This is a discussion we could have, but I think when I say we think locally, my impression is that the answer is not a politic coming from the top, like, okay, decided in Brussels, implemented in Narva. That's one story. But we have to look, for me, I call it square AI. There are two important things to my mind. One is ancestral intelligence. We have to go back to something very deep in our societies. Forget about the 50 years. Well, going back to something very, by thinking locally, I mean not think about the 50 last years, ancestral intelligence. What is making your country specific? What is making my country specific? What is making your country specific? And how we can find adapted solutions. And the second point we didn't mention, but which is central, is AI. So why is ancestral intelligence and artificial intelligence, to my mind, are the two, when you say act global, artificial intelligence will be a major point in our discussion. Within 3 or 4 years, there will be no actual discussion like that without speaking on what will be the contribution of AI, negative and positive, into a just and fair transition. Negative, positive and negative, by the way. And I think that's why this square AI, to my mind, is well, it's fairly important, I would say.
Yeah, thank you, Frederick. The last question. 2 last questions. Okay, then it's 2 last questions. I see that a lot of hands, but I believe that some of us already starving. So, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's actually you've asked what we would like to see, and I would like to ask to see more of cooperation between academia and civil society organizations, and I explain why. Civil society organizations' power is have its outreach, including to a deep outreach, social outreach, including to marginalized communities. Academia, on the other hand, has the knowledge, but they tend to be elitist and more to the edge. So by cooperation, I see an open avenue of understanding the other people's language, which will increase the ownership, and on the other hand, the knowledge popularized science would allow the civil society organization to improve its arsenal in order to communicate to the wider public, which will be the burden of dealing with this transition. Thank you.
I think we would need another session on this injustice, and it would be nice to design it in a way that we first get a common understanding, like what it consists of, this injustice. I mean, is it colonialism? Is it political corruption components? Is it economic colonialism? All those things. And then we could discuss what we could do specifically on this particular component on a national level. Is there anything that we can put on international agenda? For example, if we take the climate negotiations, this is where we've tried to agree that everyone makes their share to mitigate the emissions, goes back home, tries to bring it alive. Maybe there is also ways that we can address inequality, injustice in a similar manner, that everybody goes home and knows that the things that they now do in their national policies even somehow contribute to inequalities in some other parts of the world. It's very complicated. Yeah. For example, if you would ask what Estonia could do to reduce injustice, inequalities in the country that you come from. I could maybe only think of that when we invest in your country, so that we do the due diligence, that we know that this investment will not amplify the sort of historic injustices that already are there. But it's very difficult to internationally address this. But definitely what it requires is the knowledge, the awareness itself among the citizens of that country, so that they understand if they are in a poor situation, why is it that is now happening to them.
Yeah, thank you. Ambassador, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say Nagadef to our friend from Senegal. And I understand precisely what the scope of his question is. And I think it's extremely important in Africa that we always remind ourselves of this reality. But I believe also that Africa has a lot of assets that can really change the state of affairs on the continent by the fact that, first of all, we must be fully aware of this fact, this historical fact. We must be aware of what and the way it has impacted us. 3, we must identify all the distinctive characters that each one of our countries has and put that forward, put that in the store window, if I may call it, so that younger generations are no longer, I mean, if we consider that a deviation from our historical culture, are no longer pushed towards that line, but they go back to, I'm not saying to the older ways of life, but they preserve the cultural. That is what really makes a country different from another, but also this is what would attract a country to another. And I think it's very important, for particularly in Africa, that we have all of this issue of colonialism, we have that in common. And I think it's extremely important that, again, we think about it. We think about the fact that it has impacted all of us, but then also we need to see how we can turn this, rather than have an economy that would be geared to the needs of other powers. We need to develop economies that are geared to the needs of our own people first, and then move to the other world, because we cannot close the door of cooperation and exports and imports. But the priority should be not that we need to export and we need to produce what the others need so we can export to them and get hard currencies because we need it to import something else. Rather than import, we really need to work and put together a strategy to produce.
So thank you, Ambassador. So as time seems really flexible here in Narva, still time is up now. So thank you very much. And thank you, panelists. And I'm really happy to see that there is a lot of passion in the audience. So let's continue for during the lunchtime. So thank you.
And You're the wild kind. There's so much world to find. Someone shout amen if you're feeling so alive, so alive. You're feeling so alive, yeah. And let You're the wild kind. There's so much world to find. Someone shout amen if you're feeling so alive, so alive. You're feeling so alive, yeah. And let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Let the good times roll.
Hello. Can we quickly take our seats so we can start? Thank you. Okay. Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session, and now we're going to start immediately with our second panel. And first of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the minister who has joined us. Welcome. And I would like to call on Mikhail Kavuklis, who will moderate this panel, to introduce the subject and call his panelists. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency, esteemed speakers, dear friends. It's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome you all to this session on sustainable tourism, culture, and green entrepreneurship. Today, we are going to delve into the intersection of tourism, culture, and environmental sustainability, exploring how innovation in green business models can transform the tourism sector in ways that protect both our ecosystem and our cultural heritage, while maintaining our social cohesion and our evolving communities. The general topic of our conference is green and just transition. And first of all, allow me to thank the Silimai Society for Charitable Welfare, and especially its founder, Ms. Irina Golikova, and my friend Vasily Golikov, for providing this amazing framework and entrusting me with this moderation for the panel. And of course, Ambassador Hatem Atala for the overall coordination. At last but not least, I would like to thank my panelists, an exceptional set of policymakers and experts, and then allow them to present them. Madam Pire Hartman, Minister of Regional Affairs and Agriculture of Estonia. Please, you may approach. Asta Christine, CEO of Iceland Tourism Cluster. Liisa Kokarinen, Head of Sustainable Development of Visit Finland. Impi Lepik-Martinsson, Sustainability Manager of Visit Estonia. Anis Boufrika, President of We Love Shoes, ALF Tunisia. Mahmoud Azad, Director of Center for Strategic Studies, Biblioteca Alexandrina from Egypt. Sorry for that. Sorry about that. Thank you. And Kadri Zalonen, IVEC Tourism Coordinator from Estonia. As we know, the tourism industry is one of the largest and fastest growing sectors globally, but its rapid expansion has come with significant environmental and social impacts. From over-tourism to resource reduction and depletion, unsustainable practices threaten not only the natural landscapes we cherish, but also the cultural traditions that define our communities, our identity. The question we face today is how can we reshape tourism to become a force for good, one that enhances rather than diminishes the places we live and visit. One solution is the integration of green entrepreneurship and circular economy principles in the tourism industry. By promoting a circular approach to tourism, we can minimize waste, reduce resource consumption, and create closed-loop systems that support sustainability. For example, this means looking at everything from energy use and waste management in hotels and sustainable supply chains for local products, ensuring that tourism has a regenerative impact on both people and planet. Incorporating green technologies is also crucial, whether it's the use of renewable energy, digital tools that improve resource efficiency, or innovative platforms that connect tourists with eco-friendly services. Technology has a key role to play in fostering sustainable tourism practices. But sustainability is more than just protecting our environment. It's also about preserving our cultural heritage and fostering intercultural understanding. By empowering businesses to adopt models that celebrate and sustain local cultures, we don't only protect these traditions for future generations, but also enrich the tourism experience itself. Sustainable tourism should, after all, connect people to the unique stories, tradition, and landscape of each place. Furthermore, the pandemic changed how we perceive tourism as an industry. As it was put in an absolute stop, experienced workforce shifted to other industries, businesses closed or bought up, the tourism industry proved to be one of the most vulnerable financial sectors to international crises. Add to that the various conflicts that damage stability across our region, changing the very content of our touristic dynamics, and the developing climate crisis that strikes all more suddenly and forcefully, puts destinations back for many years. And one may understand that when discussing about sustainable tourism, resilience should be something we should also be seriously include to the public debate. Today we'll be focusing on case studies from the Nordic, Baltic, and Euro-Mediterranean regions, both of which offer valuable insights. In the Nordic-Baltic region, we see innovative examples of how communities have leveraged green technologies and entrepreneurial creativity to build sustainable tourism model. Meanwhile, the Euro-Mediterranean region, rich in biodiversity and cultural heritage, offers lessons on how we can balance tourism growth with the need to protect fragile ecosystems and cultural assets. Throughout this session, we'll explore how green business models can empower local communities, foster resilience, and create opportunities for innovation. We will hear from experts who will share concrete examples of successful initiatives and will discuss the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for sustainable tourism in a rapidly changing world. With that, I'd like to thank you all for being part of this important conversation today. I'm looking forward to hearing your insights, experiences, and ideas, and how we can collectively foster a tourism industry that is not only sustainable, but also inclusive, culturally enriching, and forward-thinking. Let's begin. Madam Minister, you have the floor.
So thank you, and it's a big honor to be for me here. First, you heard from the online and from video side, but the Estonia is so small that you can be in the morning in Tallinn and then afterwards in Jõhvi and then come also to Narva. So, and it's for me big honor to say hello also to people who have come from abroad and from very interesting places to here in Narva. And I think Narva and Ida-Virumaa is something to really to see. I also come myself from the East Estonia, from Püssi, what is 1 hour from Narva. So I really love this place. I really like to come here. And even the people from this area, they don't like when I say in this place there is so much potential. I really believe it because it's very diverse, and it's very great to see that this conference also is diverse, because being diverse, having the diverse county, having diverse culture, it makes us also bigger and better person. And I'm very thankful to Vasily and your team and your mother that you are always making this kind of events, bringing the people together, giving the possibility and platform to discuss and talk about the important things, because I think debate and the dialogue is very important things when we want to change very important and basic things also in Ida-Virumaa. We talk a lot about here about this green and just transition, and this topic have been already long up here in Ida-Virumaa, because we understand we have to change something, and the world is changing, and the climate around is changing, and we have to do something. But how now the culture and tourism and communities come here? Even I'm from Ida-Virumaa, I started to work more closely with the Ida-Virumaa topics and all these challenges, I would say 10 years ago, when I was working as a Deputy of General Secretary in the Ministry of Culture. And my topic was the integration. And I understood that we have to do something here, and we have to get the people also here, the people who make decisions, the people who lead the ministries, who lead the administrations and so on. And we thought how to do it. And of course, we can always talk about the things that it's bad. There is so weird things going on, and the economy goes down and we lose the working places. Or you can inspire the people to become here, to have very special possibility to do something good, to make the business here, or have connections, or make the culture events. And I myself had a new view to the area I was coming from. And we started to bring here the people from the culture area, because I knew those people very well because of my work. And we were not anymore talking that the things are so bad. We showed the different possibilities. We worked together with Kadri, who is leading all the tourism cluster here in Ida-Virumaa. And we understood that we don't have to push anymore the people, but they really love and they are inspired to come here and to do something. So I think when everybody else are not believing, then the culture people are those people who are really anxious to innovate something and to do something what the others maybe don't believe. And they are inspiring from those places what we actually have here. And I think the culture and the people's attitude is always important if you want to have some change, if you want to have this transmission, what we are talking about. Because it's not only about the Excel tables and saying that we need to have less CO2 or whatever, change these factories, what we have here. We have to change also the people attitude. And I think the culture is always something what can do that and can make the people believe. And I think after this Kadri's and her teamwork and the culture people coming here and making the events, I think the people from the East Estonia started to more believe this county and themselves also, that we are special, but we are proud that we are special and our county is special, and we have very big value, because without that you can't make the change. We can push from the ministries and from the European Union money, everything what's going on here. But the real change will make those people who are living here, who are bringing the firms here, who are bringing the working places here. We can't make the changes from the Tallinn or Tartu or Brussels. We have to make those changes here. And we need that the people really believe that this change is possible. So I think the culture is really changing the world. Culture is not only the tradition or singing or dancing, it's also about the business. It's also about bringing the new working places here. It's also the possibility to bring the people from the abroad here and also to motivate tourism. And I think I'm so proud that actually the tourism leaders from the East Estonia are the most important and innovative in Estonia. They show all the others how it's possible to collaborate first and to not only work for one hotel or one culture house, but how to work really together and show the county what we have here. And I think that through this tourism, we are also selling this place and showing that it's point to come here and open the business and to work together with the universities or to study here in the university. So politicians like to talk, but I'm very inspired if I talk about this area and all these topics what are in this debate. But I will close my first points and like to hear all you and this panel and get some interesting ideas how to continue this good change what we have. We have to keep these traditions and the people what we have already here and the values, but of course we have to a lot build up, and for this we need the good ideas for what is this conference also. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. It's very nice to see that culture and identity is a part of the local experience, because this is sustainable tourism means sustainable places and sustainable societies. So we pass from the Icelandic paradigm. Asta, Christine, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Can I have the slides?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you. And first of all, great to listen and really inspiring to listen into. Also, how much understanding there is about this really necessary industry or service-based that we call tourism or travel and tourism. I have been managing the Iceland Tourism Cluster now for 9 years. And what I'm going to maybe show you a little bit about is how we operate and why we have been succeeding in many of our programs because of the method that we chose in the beginning. And also, like, when we are lost, what do we do then? What do you think is the best thing to do when you're lost? You stand up, yeah? But what would you use if you were lost? Like, is there some tool that you could use if you were lost?
Friend.
Somebody said a map. Yeah, who said a map? Hey! Well, what we did in the beginning was to map out our stakeholders. And this is my favorite picture, so you have to look at it for maybe like 4 minutes now or something. And actually, in any industry or in any field that you are in, you could take the middle out. For me, it's tourism and tourism operators, or tourism core businesses in tourism are in the middle of this map. But if you are working in agriculture, if you're working in any kind of other industries, whatever it is, you could take that out and put in your core businesses there. And then you need to map out who matters for that industry. And because this is tourism, then I'm going to talk about this map. In the middle there, we have identified the major players in core businesses. It's the food sector, accommodation, it's the tour operators, transportations, and then activities. For those in the middle and the heart of the cluster, for that to work, we need all kind of systems to work also. So this is kind of the ecosystem of tourism, or the value chain of tourism, or what word you would use for it. For the tourism industry to thrive, we need strong politicians and municipalities and government to lead. We need DMOs, destination management organizations in the regions to lead, like we have here, I think, a regional cluster. We need educational system, we need the universities, we need researchers and all of those things to work and feed into the middle. But also if you see the arrows, they are bridges. And if you enter a bridge, you can also go the other way. So this is a bridge that goes both ways. So it's not only for the universities or for the government or municipalities to put in something into the sector, it's also for the sector to ask and say, hey, we need this and this is the way forward and so on and so forth. Then we have identified specialists that we need to work with, and they push knowledge into the sector, but they also receive information from the sector, what is needed. Then we have also identified the direct beneficiaries of tourism, and like we have talked about now for many years, or like how many years? Almost 5 years after COVID, those parts of the cluster, some of them didn't even realize how dependent they were on a strong sector, on a strong tourism service sector. So it's really important also to identify who is the direct beneficiary of a strong sector. And then we work really closely with other related clusters in Iceland, for example. So this is how we thrive, and this is the ecosystem that we work with. And we have members from the whole value chain of tourism. So in our cluster, we don't only work with the core businesses of tourism, but we also have members from all of the others. So that is also super important. And just to type a little bit on, because we were asked for best practices, just to show you that we work on, these are mainly the projects that we work on regarding sustainability. We have this Icelandic project there in the beginning that is called Responsible Tourism. And actually we started that with Festi in 2016, and we had 360 companies in Iceland signing a pledge where they promised to be really responsible in 4 sectors. And it had to do with how they treat their staff, how they react in nature, how they build up their businesses in the community, in the local community, and how they secure both the guests and staff. Then we have a Nordic approach to Nordic regenerative tourism. And we have that funded through the Nordic Council of Ministers, and we are now finishing our 3rd year in that project, and we will host a final conference in the north part of Iceland in March. So if you're looking for a reason to come to Iceland, you have it now. And then the 3rd project that we are working in is this European project called CERT, or Circular Economy for Regenerative Tourism. And there we have examples for 80 companies all around Europe that have put down their best practices, so we can showcase what they have been doing and how they are working. And that is also a really good testimony on how to implement, not only talk and put out some strategies and so on, but also how to implement. And just because I know I don't have any time to go really deep into this mythology of what is regenerative, this picture kind of says it all. When we talk about sustainable tourism, we are talking about net zero and do no harm. But when we move up to the regenerative part, we are more moving into how to make positive impact on the destinations that we visit and where we, how can we leave the place in a better, in a better place than before we came. So what kind of methods, what kind of products, what kind of services does the companies need to implement for you as a guest to behave better, if we can put it like that. And these are our main principles that we work with in Noreg, but also in general. We are looking at the environment and how we balance, how we look at the diversity of things. In the business, we go holistic, and this has all to do with people and local participation, because without local communities, we have nothing to show. And these are our stories. This is how we talk about Iceland in stories, and I'm just going to scroll through this because now I'm long due with my time. But this also connects a lot through what Elva was just showing you in the beginning. And we need to be proud of our stories. And we need to communicate them and talk about them. And of course, they are different in every country. But we found out when we start mapping this that we were proud of our sustainability, but we are not satisfied because we know we can do better, and we are always trying to push that a little bit more. One milestone at a time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also for your productive input, but also for keeping the time, as you mentioned. So let's hear about the Finnish projects and how Finland perceives all this sustainable tourism narrative. Please.
Yeah,
Lisa,
thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you, and in Finland we are also proud of you, what you do in Iceland. I don't know if any one of you have heard about black tourism or dark tourism. I can see a few hands, and unfortunately I'm not talking about experience at the darkness of the night, but it's about experiencing something that is disappearing. And we already can see a flow of people coming to Finland because they no longer experience snow with winters anywhere else. That's truly sad, because the places that we visit are also places where we live. So it means that if things are disappearing, that we can't experience them anymore when we visit somewhere, it means that those people who live in those destinations don't have things anymore that they have been growing up with, where their lifestyle and their culture is based on. And I don't really want to see that in my home country. We are depending in 4 cycles, 4 seasons, and actually up in the north where I live, we have 8 different distinctive seasons. And everything what we do, our hobbies, our lifestyle, our culture, the flora and fauna is adapted to that. If that is gone, we don't know what's left, right? And that's why all of us, including the tourism industry, have to take steps in the green and just transition. So I will be shortly telling the story that our approach in Finland. I can already see that the slides are looking a little bit funny, so I hope that this will be working. But our aim is to make the sustainability the norm, so that you know that you don't have some kind of tourism, the usual tourism, and the niche, the sustainable tourism. And when we started back in 2018, and we did a survey and interviewed the stakeholders in Finland, that how would they like the approach to be, and the message was very clear that they wanted to have a national approach, and also that it was supposed to be something educational. Many said that there is so many different things about sustainability. There is ecotourism and responsible tourism. Nowadays we're talking about regenerative tourism because we're too late with the sustainability. There was too many addresses to go with the information, so we understood that we need this one address basically for all, and so that it's also for everyone. We realized that we need to take the holistic approach. There has been so long time the concerns over the environmental matters because they are usually the most visible ones. But especially when it comes to the service industry, like tourism industry, it's so important that we take also care of the well-being, and not just the well-being of the visitors or the people working in the industry, but the well-being of those communities that we are visiting. And that's how we took the multidimensional holistic approach, and working together with the tourism stakeholders in Finland, our sustainable development program called Sustainable Travel Finland was born. So it's an educational program where the businesses and the destinations in Finland are taking steps together. So it's a program for all of us, which means that you can always find the best practices, you can find peer support, because we are all taking those same steps. And today, because we have very limited time, I will be mainly talking about the step 2, which is the competence building. And I chose this that I can kind of like explain that how we're supporting the industry in Finland with their green and just transition. Because if I would go through everything what we do, we would be here all weekend listening, just me, and I don't think that would be fair towards the rest. So in the competence building, for example, what we do have, we have something called Visit Finland Academy. So it's kind of like a bunch of consultants specialized on the tourism sustainability, and we have different kind of thematic workshops. So we go from circular economy to regenerative tourism to measuring the impacts and so on. So kind of like through these workshops, building the competence of the businesses as the destinations as well. And part of these workshops is also something we call clinics. So if you have very specific need, for example, like how to measure it, we provide the CO2 measurement tool, but how to use it, how to insert the data there. So then we have like these very specific clinics for that, because it's one thing is to tell somebody to do it, but other thing is to help and support them to do it. We have something we call a self-assessment, and I think Estonia has a similar tool which we have found to be very useful. This is then 10-dimensional. We have sustainable tourism principles in Finland, and they have 10 dimensions. So not just the social, ecological, but also things like circularity or safety and quality, resource wisdom, and so on. So this kind of like helps the users, so the businesses and destinations, to understand that where they are now. And how it helps us when they do this, there's thousands of these self-assessments made, and it gives us the data that we understand where are the strengths, where are the weaknesses, how can we help the industry then better. As well as those who want to self-study, we have the 17 chapters now in our Sustainable Tourism Guidebook. And something that is not shown there is the train-the-trainer concept. So we work together with all the educational institutions in Finland that teach tourism. So we kind of like train the teachers, we equip them with the Sustainable Travel Finland program so that they can use this in the real life situation when they're teaching the students who are our future workforce, so that they can build their green skills and so that they are ready to help the businesses in the twin transition when they work within the tourism. If the businesses go through the entire program, they will be awarded with the Sustainable Travel Finland label. And as of today, we have nearly 500 businesses and 8 destinations that have completed the program, that then they have to renew approximately every 2 years. And this helps also us then to kind of like pick and choose the ones that have been awarded with the label. We know that they are committed, not only committed to sustainability, but we know the actions they have taken in the transitions. And also it helps then the visitors and travel trade to choose more sustainable options. And as we wanted to make sustainability the new norm, we are using this in all the channels that we have. We are prioritizing those businesses and destinations that have undergone the program. So we don't promote the program, we promote the businesses and destinations that have gone through it. And I promised also to take some mention a challenge and a strength of the program. So the visibility is one of the challenges. We have just completed our first impact analysis of the Sustainable Travel Finland program, and according to the results, this is something that the businesses and destinations would like to see more. So they like to understand better that what is the visibility, that added visibility that they have received through the program, because it is kind of the carrot. They do so much, they put so much effort in the sustainability. So it's the carrot, kind of like, like sometimes you're really busy, you have so many things coming, visitors coming in, so that we want to make sure that the sustainability is not forgotten. So then the gained visibility is then the carrot. So this is something we definitely have to pay more attention in the future. Throughout the program, like I mentioned earlier, we receive data through the self-assessment, but we also get it through our indicator system. So we are measuring now with the 60 different indicators. We are measuring the sustainability of the tourism in Finland. And this keeps feeding us with the data. And this is definitely one of our strengths, because we can, for example, see that, okay, there's a lot of actions taken to mitigate the impact of climate change, but there are less actions taken to protect and restore biodiversity. And this is one of the greatest threats for all of us. So we know that where we need to be providing our industry the support so that they can get to the next level in the green transition. So it's never ready, just like Asta also mentioned, you know, it's the same like this sustainable travel program. It's not a certification, and the label itself is not the goal. It's an educational part, and the barrier is put higher and higher each year. And it is the learning that you receive, that's the goal, and the learning itself is the journey. Just like when we visit the destinations, those are journeys always. Just like being here in Narva, for me, this is a journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice overview of the Finnish paradigm. And now we go to Estonia. We come back to Estonia where we started. Maybe you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Good. The slides are here already. I'm so happy to have a neighbor like Finland because they are always some steps ahead of us, so we know the direction where to go. And as on the picture, when we get it back, I would like to start with a quote from our board member who is comparing sustainability with a walk on a bog. You know, maybe, yeah, bog. Does it sound, everybody know what is bog? Wetland maybe helps to understand. It's really wet area. But when you have a road built in the bog, then you can really nicely walk there. And what does it? And with sustainability, it's the same. You can't really step aside. Then you will get wet and feel uncomfortable, and maybe also harm nature on that way. But when you go ahead, step by step, you will. It will lead you ahead. So that's why we believe that it's about time that we all take our steps and take care of planet and people. So we also understand that the industry can't really change by overnight, but we are there for the industry to support. So there are two approaches for that. It's from top to bottom or from bottom up. So in Estonia, I would say that the approach goes both ways. In a way, we have the national tourist strategy where we aim that Estonian destinations and products, we want to them all to become sustainable, but on the other hand, we also feel the demand, and our businesses feel the demand. So they don't ask us any longer that why we should do that, but they ask us how we can do and change to become more sustainable. And the aim where we try to reach is to have by the end of next year 150 businesses involved in sustainability and have a certificate that proves the sustainability work. And also Euromonitor have ranked us already very high position, and we really hope to keep this position in a really hard contest of 99 countries. We also have green destinations. We work with green destinations. I will explain it afterwards. And we have we wanted to have 6 destinations to be awarded with green destination, but actually we already have 7, and 4 of them, 4 more who are in process towards the green destinations award. But yeah, but let's see how our working model just very generally looks like. So we have divided our work in product management, or the side what we work with businesses and destinations, and the other side how we communicate our sustainability towards foreign businesses, because Visit Estonia's main aim is to attract foreign visitors to Estonia, and we want to assure that the experience that they will get here is sustainable. So from the business side, the first step is self-evaluation tool, as Finland has. So it gives you really a business understanding that where you are at the moment, and actually also what the sustainable tourism actually means. Because when we talk about tourist businesses, they are not huge, big companies, but usually they are family businesses, small businesses, and they will get the first knowledge by this self-assessment tool. We also provide mentoring and training. They can get grants for having a mentor who helps them to understand where they are and build up their roadmap towards the sustainable business model. We also work with certifications. There are the main ones are on this slide, but we work and are national representatives of Green Key and Green Destinations in Estonia. And from the visitor side, we have the Visit Estonia brand strategy that helps the whole sector to understand what are the story we want to present for foreign visitors, and how we also describe sustainability and communicate our sustainability work. And here are some numbers where we are with Green Key, and I would say that we have done a really rapid growth with certification, and it really shows that our businesses came along with our plan to have more sustainably working businesses. And how we did it is that we supported auditing of the businesses, we provided seminars, personal consultations, and I would bring out here the close work with cooperation with destination management organizations, because they are the ones who are standing closest to the businesses, and they can really come or attract businesses to the boardwalk. And also the growing demand is that shows us that the businesses are really feeling that they need to change, because the travel agencies, other business sectors, public sector is more and more asking for sustainable offers, and this is really the real practical need for them to understand and change. And now shortly about Green Destinations. It's a global organization, so based in the Netherlands, and there are more than 600 members from 60 plus countries. So everybody from different countries, if you want to work with sustainability on a destination level, I recommend you to look for the Green Destination Standard. We have 7 destinations awarded and 4 more to come, but it's also important that the network of people and the nice family that you will get from the international network is helping to share the knowledge and helping to understand what is the right way to approach. And that Green Destinations also has the yearly Top 100 contest that brings out the best stories. Here are some examples from this year's contest from Estonia. One is about the Viljandi Folk Music Festival. They have been, and it's about cultural sustainability. They have been working for, or they have been organizing the festival already for 30 years. And from the start, they started to engage young people into the organizing and performing with folk music. And this have built up interest of young people to engage with folk music. So there are so many foreigners that are really impressed that we have so many young people engaged with and playing folk music instruments and knowing the folk songs. So this is something that we have thanks to Folk Music Festival, but also the other picture is about our song and dance celebration. And this is about the environmental sustainability, where they, in 2023, changed the way they worked with catering. So there was first time no single-use plastic used. It is an event with 125,000 people lasting several days. So you can imagine how much waste they will generate there if they use single-use plastic. It was 3.5 tons of plastic they avoided to go into waste. And this was before the EU directive started to ban single-use plastic use. But Visit Estonia brand strategy is something, as you remember from the side what we do on the visitor side, communication, we have 3 focus areas: nature, culture, and food that we are focusing, but we build above them the sustainability first principle. So every time we talk about nature, culture, and food, we also think about sustainability. So this is not the standalone focus topic, but it's integrated into our nature, culture, and food offer. And here are some elements of the strategy, what we use. We have defined our sustainable travel experiences. We have also described the principles. We have this sustainability first mindset. And we also have described best practice examples to make it easier to understand how we, what is the language we want to use when we communicate about sustainability and present our best experiences. And just last slide about where we are with sustainability. We are also, what I didn't mention before is the national tourist strategy I mentioned, but grant schemes. When you apply as a business for a grant, then you also have to prove your sustainability work. It's no longer possible to ask for support without being taking care of sustainability elements. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for all this interesting input. Now we have to fly a bit southern to the beautiful Tunisia. Anis?
The mic.
You don't
need
Yeah, I prefer bicycle to go to Tunisia. It's better. Yeah, it's less carbon. Okay, so happy to see you today to talk about the sustainable tourism culture and green entrepreneurship in Tunisia. We would like to share with you some model for innovation and preservation of the ecosystem, and also how we develop some project about ecological tourism in Tunisia. Wow. What's happened?
The pointer.
Doesn't work?
Okay. In our understanding, the sustainable tourism is balancing economic growth and environmental conservation, also the cultural preservation, exploring. I will try to explore with you some business model innovation and circular tourism practices to protect ecosystem and cultural heritage. Yeah, okay. So it's based mainly on building sustainable tourism. But sustainable tourism in Tunisia is based mainly to create the green business model innovation, also to encouraging startup and business to adopt eco-friendly. We are new in this domain. We had some experience, but Tunisia is mainly known by the mass tourism, and there is some experience now and some initiatives who try to develop the ecotourism in the country. So it's very, very important to create this green business model and to encourage the startup and business to adopt eco-friendly practice. Also to create and to develop some policy framework. We have not a lot of policies and text or some framework to support the green enterprises in tourism. There is main challenges on the whole domain and about the ecotourism, especially the resistance to change, also the limited infrastructure for eco-friendly tourism, and some awareness gaps among stakeholders about sustainability. There is also some real success stories and achievement. Example, the achievement of Ecolodge Duiret in Matmata, which is based on local architecture and local product, encourage local artisanal and handcrafters with very, very important and large work on local food and also the immaterial culture. Duirat is a little village in the south of Tunisia with 800 people, and now this Ecolodge is on the booking, and they work a lot with many agencies to develop the tourism in this region. That's one of the sustainable tourism and green business model, which is one of the first structures who are working on ecotourism also. The second axe is to develop or to sustaining ecosystem services by preservation of ecosystem servicing. Also biodiversity. Tunisia is known also by the large biodiversity of the different regions, and also we have a lot of many ecosystem from Sahara to snow to forest, beaches also, and the sea ecosystem. So Eshkel National Park is one of the example of the cooperation between the nature and actors and preserver of biodiversity and conservator of biodiversity structure who work on biodiversity, and tour operator and travel agent focused on educating visitor about the importance of the place and their biodiversity. This is one of picture of. The third axe is promoting cultural heritage. One of the very important, if I can say, treasure of Tunisia is its culture. We have one of the richest culture in the region with many aspects. We are talking about material and immaterial culture with many sites who are registered on UNESCO heritage yeah, thank you, list and integration. So it's very, very important, and we have a lot of example. For example, here we have the Medina of Tunis, which is one of the most important example for integration of culture in tourism. Medina of Tunis, which is the old city of Tunis, is not only a touristic product, but it's a life place. It's a very, very rich and very important place who converge many actors, many cultural actors, touristic actors, also different sectors, productive sector, economic sector. Also, it's a little ecosystem of many actors, economic, cultural, local, ecological, etc. Actors. So it's very important to work on integration of culture and tourism. Also, tourism is not only how I can say, so material heritage, but also immaterial heritage through the traditions, through the different axes of immaterial heritage. For example, here Dar Ben Ghesem is one of the places who try to develop these traditions and to develop also the new life in old city. And it's very, very important to know that the time axis and the different attractive aspects are very different than the modern city and then the new life, etc. It's very important to understand that in the old city we should work with the rhythm of the old city and with the different indicators, if I can say, indicators of the old city, and to find this balance between our needs as modern citizen and also the importance to understand and to feel this kind of life, which is very different, but not worst. Sometimes it's really better than other way of life. The fourth axe is innovative technology in Tunisia, tourism technology as enabler. So we have a lot of many actors now who are working on smart tourism and augmented reality. Perhaps in Nordic countries, here it's it's something very standard, but in our country it's a new challenges, and it's a new access to develop. So, for example, we are in Tozeur, we are working to maintain or to develop the solar resorts, which are which is a very important access about how can we develop sustainable tourism, integrated renewable energy and solution, and also to monitor resource usage and desert tourism, which is very important because the ecosystem of desert is very fragile, and we need to develop some sustainable way to product energy. Also, the community empowerment and local engagement, it's very, very important how the local tourism work on empowerment of local actors. It's one of the most important axes because the sustainable tourism in Tunisia is based mainly on private sector and also on little entrepreneur. It's not an industry. It's not a national program or a national. It's not the main tourism, because still the main tourism, and as we mentioned in the beginning, still have this resistance to make this transition from the main tourism or to develop the acts of ecotourism. So some achievement and future outlook achievement in Tunisia, we begin to adopt the green certification for some hotels, and for the new hotels, we develop also the community-led tourism initiative. It's very important also to mention it. And some of our vision, we expanding sustainable tourism zone, and we developed some green tourism into Tunisia region. Some summary, if we need to summarize what we said, that sustainable tourism is a driver of environmental, cultural, and economic resilience in Tunisia. And it's very important, as we saw in Duiret region, a really little village in very difficult region in Sahara, and beginning in the gate of Sahara in Tunisia, in Matmata. And they succeed to develop their region and to develop the new offer, the new eco-tourism offer. A green business model and circular tourism practice offer a real scalable solution, and call to action for this, perhaps for the next day, tomorrow, to strengthen regional cooperation, to enhance ecotourism, and to encourage innovative approach, preserve heritage, and ecology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anis. And now, Egypt. Mahmoud, you have a floor.
Yes. Hello. It's not working. Yes. No. Hello, everybody, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, Minister, and distinguished panel members. I have the honor to be here with you for my third time in Narva and my 8th time in Estonia since 2012. Thanks for Vasily for his invitation. Vasily is our partners since 2012 with the Biblioteca Alexandrina. I'm Mahmoud Azzad, Director of Center for Strategic Studies at Biblioteca Alexandrina. It's not. Some problem with. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. Again? No, it's not working. No. Yeah. We are gonna talk about the national sustainable strategy for the National Egypt Vision 2030 about the sustainable tourism. And one of my personal initiative for developing the sustainable tourism in Egypt, especially the sports tourism and the cultural tourism. But we are now waiting for the presentation to start.
Now it goes.
No problem. Yeah, back.
Aga vabandan, et ma jään sinu ettekandeks. Jah.
But
it's not that
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, inspired by the ancient Egyptian civilization, thank you. linking to the present with the future, the Sustainable Development Strategy, the SDS, Egypt Vision 2030, represents a foothold on the way towards inclusive development, thus cultivating a prosperity path through the economic and social justice and reviving the role of Egypt in the region. The SDS represents a roadmap for maximizing competitive advantage to achieve the dreams and aspirations of Egyptians in a dignified and decent life. The main pillar of the Sustainable National Strategy for Egypt Vision 2030 is the social dimension and the environmental dimension and the economic dimensions. This is the three main pillars, taking into consideration also the foreign policy of Egypt and the national security and the national policy of Egypt. By 2028 or 2030, the new Egypt or the vision of Egypt will achieve a competitive, balanced, diversified, and knowledge-based economy characterized by justice, social integration, and participation in different fields. By 2030, Egypt is among, we hope to be among the top 30 countries in the terms of cultural sustainable tourism, cultural effects, and human development, and a lot of fields. Talking now about the Egypt National Strategy for Sustainable Tourism 2030, the strategy aims to increase the tourism traffic to 30 million tourists by 2028 by working to achieve the incoming tourist traffic rates to the Egyptian tourist destination by about 25% and 30% annually within the framework of Egypt's Vision for Sustainable Development 2030. The strategy is based on 6 axes. The first one is the institutional and legislative reform. In this aspect, a number of laws and legislative procedures related to the tourism and antiquities sectors have already been completed and amended, including the amendment of the Antiquities Protection Law to increase the penalty for theft and smuggling of antiquities, also establishing 2 big economic bodies. The first one is the Grand Egyptian Museum Authority in 2020 and the National Museum of the Egyptian Civilization Authority in 2021. The second axis is raising the competitiveness of the Egyptian tourist destination. And this axis, the work is done to optimize the exploitation of the state's tourism, the natural, human, and archaeological resources, and work to ensure their sustainability and provide a distinguished and advanced infrastructure and service to increase the competitiveness of Egypt in the field of tourism. The third one is the economic objectives related to increasing the number of tourists, the number of tourist nights, tourism spending rates, and targeting segments with higher spending of tourists. By the way, the Library of Alexandria or Bibliotheca Alexandrina work on this field because Bibliotheca Alexandrina is not a library, it's a cultural complex, and it's one of the main incubator for youth initiatives and the NGOs in Egypt. So we are working on this axis or in this segment to collect a lot of initiatives from the youth and from working with ambassadors, for example, for the European countries, ambassador of the European countries in Cairo, to organize a lot of events for promoting the Egyptian tourism and the sustainable and environmental friendly tourism in Egypt. The fourth axis is enhancing the social participation and raising the efficiency of the human resources. is related to what have been done in the database of employment in the tourism sectors and the inventory of the official establishments operating in this sector and the data of official workers, etc. The fifth one, working to maximize the use of the technological means. And the sixth ones, which related to our conference, is maintaining the environmental balance and sustaining tourism and archaeological activities. It's concerned with maintaining the environmental balance and the sustainability of tourism and archaeological activity, and the state has made the efforts in this aspect to transform the Egyptian tourism sector into an environmentally friendly sector, which comes in line with the objectives of the Ministry's Sustainable Development Strategy in Egypt Vision 2030. And the goal for this axis is to transform the tourism sector into a sector that applies all the requirements of environmentally friendly green practice in accordance with the concept of sustainable tourism, pointing to the Eco-Egyptian campaign, which has launched in cooperation with the Ministry of Environment to promote the ecotourism locally and internationally. What I will talk about now is a personal initiative which goes with the main axis that I told you about, which is the International Football Tournament for Sports Tourism and the Media. This idea was born in one of the Baltic countries, Lithuania. It's an international football tournament, not for professional players, but for the cultural person who work in the cultural fields, media fields, and journalism. So I take the idea to implement it in Egypt since 2014. It was the first version of this tournament, and by the way, more than 15 countries from Europe participate every year in Egypt in this tournament. In addition, with Arab countries and countries from Asia. And the main goal for this tournament, not only for playing football, but we're organizing before playing matches in the tournament. We are organizing every version or every year workshops and roundtable discussions and a lot of events, cultural events about climate change, the economy, the challenges in the global system. And after that, we are organizing the tournament to make the final output of this event. Ukraine was the champion of 2019, and this is some photos from 14 version from all over the countries. Hungary, Germany, and Senghor University. It's an international African university in Alexandria, and Romania. And this is Germany and Lithuania, for sure, in a lot of countries. And this is a Ukrainian team for journalists from Kiev. It was the best of the team participating in this country, so I hope that we will see them again in this tournament. That's why I want to put our highlights this event to you, to say that initiative starts personally, but for example, I pay from my own money for the first 3 versions for this tournament to be a successful tournament in Egypt. But now, Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Sport and Youth in Egypt and a lot of sponsors encourage the idea to bring the journalists from Europe, from Asia, from Arab countries in one event and talking about economical, touristic, political, and cultural issues, then make a big events to promote the sports tourism in Egypt. That's why I want to share this idea with you, and to limit the time. So thank you for your attention. And I know that we are challenging the effect of the lunch in this session. So be strong. We have another panel. So thank you for your attention, and see you the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmoud, for your productive comments and the paradigm of Egypt. Before, I would like to inform you that we had to excuse the Minister, Madam Hartmann, because she has prior commitments at 3 o'clock. And last but not least, we now are going to hear Kadri Zalonen, because she's in charge of the sustainability program projects for tourism for the local area that we are here now. Kadri, you have the floor.
Yeah, I had one website. Can you show it? No? I'll do short, as probably you have a lot of questions or thoughts. Welcome to Narva. Narva is the place where Europe starts. Not geographically, but yes, still mentally. I'm really happy to see so many different people from nations, different nations and generations, and aching hard for the planet. But I wanted to share some thoughts, and first of all, I want to say that Estonia is a very tiny country which has been colonized for 700 years. We are only 30 years free from Russian rule, so it is possible still to build up your economy if you work hard, and Estonians our ancestors regarded that education is the primary thing which is important. So yeah, education it is. And I also want to support the idea that act locally is the possibility, because I'm from this region and represent here the local businesses and municipalities. We call this partnership Tourism Cluster. We have worked together for 15 years, and we come from a bad background in this sense that the problems, they make you cooperate. Yeah, we had a tiny problem if to compare to this overall big problem we have with the world or planet, but this is just what we can do. We can share our experiences. And our problem was that this is a traditionally very industrial region. That's why tourists didn't want to come here. We had a bad image because of industry. But on the other side, actually, we have the most record places of Estonia, the longest sand beaches, the highest cliff on the seashore, the biggest wetlands. So the businesses felt that it's unfair that this region is regarded an ugly region, and started to cooperate. And now what we have achieved is that we have become the third most popular region for Estonian tourists. So the inner market, on the inner market, we are on the third place. And we see that if there is enough people, enough passion maybe, and the ability to cooperate and to understand each other, the businesses, the public sector, the third sector, then you can make changes. And there is one blog I invite you to check out, because it is our speciality. We have managed to reuse the industrial landscapes. The industry has been diminishing, the mines have been shut down, not all of them. The open pits, the quarries have been shut down. Not all, but some of them. And we are using these landscapes very successfully in tourism. I hope that many of you will go to the Oil Shale Mining Museum. You have it in the program, I heard from Vasily. Yeah. So you will see a museum which is just in an old mine. It was started in year 2000 with a passion of local people who regarded that we should use this mine for a tourism attraction, and we had a big fight with Tallinn, where the decision makers regarded that no one wants to come to an old mine. But nowadays it works really well, and it is a just transition that we have made. We have given a new life to industrial landscapes and objects, and hopefully you will meet the old miner who will guide in the mine. So that is possible to reuse, to make things happen.
Thank you very much. I have been to this mine twice, and it's an amazing experience. Really, thank you very much for
thank you.
Sorry for not standing still, but I would like to be more cozy with you here. First, let me summarize what we have heard. Of course, there are amazing examples what we heard from the Nordic countries. Tunisia and Egypt are more experienced in mass tourism, so we are still don't know, along with Greece, we don't know how our countries were before mass tourism. We cannot remember that. So you have a very nice, bad example not to give in to the mass tourism effect. That also is apparent that what we discussed in the previous panel, there are different volumes, different speeds on how we progress in tourism industry. There are different needs, different realities. The numbers, for example, for Greece are 35 million per year. For Egypt, it's 13 million per year. Still, it's very low. And you have lots of capacity to include. But for the Nordic countries, such numbers of tourism is unheard of. And also, it's a regional matter. I trust you have, from the statistics that I say, so you have much internal tourism inside the Nordic system, while for the southern, the Mediterranean, it's mainly people coming from the north to the south. So all these differences and different perceptions of what is a tourist, how the tourist, what expectations the tourists have, is quite challenging to have a conformity to of what we're discussing. Because what is sustainable for Tunisia cannot be sustainable for Little Estonia. It's totally different consequences. And for the Nordic countries mainly, it's a new field, something new that you can still always develop and develop with your own setup. For us, it was forced. It was just a necessity that came out there after the industrialization of our countries. You agree? Yeah. And then we have to go directly to tourism. Imagine my place, Rhodes. 50 years ago, it has something like 10 factories of everything, of food industry, gastronomy. Now they have nothing. 90% of the economy, the private economy, is about tourism. 90%. We imagine what happened in 2020 with COVID. So I would like to open the floor to questions. So unless you have some comments you have to do first, you want to do first, should we give them the floor?
Give them the floor. It's 14 minutes.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question because I've been told ever since I was a little girl that flying by airplane, is not very good for the environment. It's actually really bad. And we are talking about sustainability. So I'm wondering how you will address this, since tourism is built on flying from one place to another.
Do we really want to talk about the elephant in the room?
Yes, please, please.
No,
I think that it's actually like something that we have to be talking, and when we are thinking about our destination, Iceland is an island. Finland's eastern border is entirely closed. vacant access to 2 countries in the world with some of the smallest populations in Europe. So we don't really, and their only accessibility is by road. So there is no train accessibility, for example. Of course, we have ferries, but they're emitting as much as the airplanes. So this is the really global challenge for the tourism industry, that we should be in the decarbonizing world, and tourism sector is growing. And so are the emissions, if this is not harnessed. And I hope that we're talking about when the growth is harnessed by the regulations. I don't see any other options, because if one country, let's say that Iceland or Finland, does this decision alone, it will be very disadvantage for our economy. And what would it help if then the growth goes somewhere else, because it will not decrease the emissions. So for example, if we would close our borders from international tourism, probably Sweden, Iceland, Norway would get more. So it doesn't equal to less emissions. So we've been talking with the first panel about the importance of the regulations, and here I would emphasize the need for that. But we also have to consider climate justice here. We just heard about your destination, 90% is tourism. And there is so many in the global south also, there are so many island destinations that are entirely relying on tourism. So we have countries that can be reached by other means, and then we have countries and destinations that cannot be reached. And we don't talk only about tourism, we also talk about the visiting friends and relatives. Travel. We have all traveled here for business. This is also tourism, it's business travel. And also there is the cargo and the post is also going in those same mails. So removing the aviation will not be the solutions for the global economy, but we have to do something with the growth. Tourism can grow, but only in the decarbonizing world.
I think also that's why it's so important that we change our behavior when we travel. Like if we have to pollute by going somewhere in planes, like for Iceland it's only accessible by planes or ferries, then you need to do something when you come at this place, to do something for the destination, you know. So you can even your carbon footprint by doing with your behavior something. I mean, it could be to plant trees or help with the local, you know, building up some pathways or whatever the destination finds useful for you to do. So that is more like regenerative tourism, where you're paying back, and then then we hope we will have sustainable aviation fuel someday, but that's maybe not tomorrow or next month. But of course, this is super important, and we need to be really respectful and change also the way we act when we travel and how we travel.
And what we can do in the meantime when the aviation becomes fossil-free, dream on, we can work with marketing that we have in Estonia. Change the balance, how much we work with the long-haul markets and how much we work with the neighboring countries. The focus is on our neighboring countries and not that much of the long haul. So this will also have an impact in the meantime.
Yeah, it can be having a tremendous impact, and also I think it's quite common for many of the destinations. So I don't think Finland is here alone that is doing the product development, that people who come would have a reason to stay for longer.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that we can all consider, that if we have to fly, we can reduce those trips that we take by air. And then we don't have to reduce the travel. We can also stay longer and reach the destinations nearby us by the means.
If you use it, make it worth. That's the thing. Another question, yes.
So I think it's very interesting that in the board there are some countries who are just starting to look at sustainable tourism, some who is in the middle of figuring it out, and someone who's already established a lot of it. I'm really curious to know some more, like you've already touched up on this, but some more actual like examples of a before and after, specifically from the countries that already have experience, like how has it impacted like the nature, like what difference has it made, like environmentally, that this change? Yeah, that I'm interested in also because I am a traveler, and for example, when I travel, I notice like how tourists leave a lot of shit. Like they leave so much shit, and there's not really doing anything. And I feel so sad when I travel to these amazing places, and they just trash it. So I'm curious to before and after, and for example, something like this. Like, are we doing something about that?
It's a really good question because also if we put this into perspective, in Iceland in 2010 we had 500,000 people visiting Iceland, and bear in mind that we are 400,000 people living there. Today there are 2.3 million visiting Iceland, so it's 5 times the population. And you can calculate in your country if you had 5 times your population. I mean, I'm sure it's different in between countries, but of course this needed to be like put into some, restriction. And the funniest, or maybe the best way this happened was from the bottom up. The companies were really asking for tools to control this, because they were getting from their foreign travel organizations that Iceland was probably just being sold out, and we were not protective of our nature and so on and so forth. So then was the time when we established this responsible tourism methods, and really like went on this journey of learning and how to be in this peer-to-peer also, like how can we accelerate this sustainable methods so we can be more protective of both nature and all staff and the sustainability of the destination. So I don't have maybe examples of like what changed. It obviously changed because the companies also saw that if they went into more sustainable methods, also their business was growing more sustainably. So they had more staff that wanted to stay with them and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure what would have happened if we would not have gone this way. It just happened at the right time, before any real harm was done. Of course, there's nothing sustainable in such a high growth, but many companies went into certifications and so on and so forth. And now I see the time is like screaming here on the on the screen. Yeah. So I don't want to use all the time.
Yeah, I was before we run out of time, I was thinking to elaborate on that, to give some practical examples. So, for example, snowmobiles, they don't only cause emissions, but also it's the noise and the smell. So most of the companies have switched to electric snowmobiles, which is it's more environmental friendly, but also it's friendlier for the locals because there is no noise. Number of certificates, I totally agree on that. And then one very big one, but it's invisible for the traveler, is that the main source of emissions, if you take transport away in Finland, is heating in the tourism industry. So the efficiency has increased a lot, and a switch to renewable has tremendously brought down the emissions caused by the heating in the tourism industry. So those are, and land being protected by tourism. So, for example, the tourism boost, one of the new national, our latest national park, was the result of tourism action.
Are you covered? Yes. Okay. So, there.
Hello. Tourism is fundamentally related towards human beings. I think we do agree about that. I heard good examples of the northern countries coming back to the people and really involve them I should like to ask to some of you, not all of you, how to keep or how to get local people better through a just rightness about tourism. How do you concretely realize that?
Who starts? I'm starting.
Alice?
Okay. Okay, I will answer by the name of my institution, Bibliotheca Alexandrina. As I told you, that Bibliotheca Alexandrina is a cultural complex. We are working a lot with the NGOs, with the cultural institutions and civil society and the youth initiatives in Alexandria. So from our policy and from our message, cultural message in Bibliotheca Alexandria, so we are keeping working to hold a lot of events and workshops and knowledge sessions for the youth and for the society, not waiting for them to come to our conference center, no, but making campaigns for them to raise the knowledge for these topics, and a lot of social and economical topics to raise the knowledge for the people. So that's one of our main actions at Bibliotheca Alexandrina in Egypt.
Yeah, for Tunisia, unfortunately, we haven't yet a strong ecotourism policy. What the government try to do is to labelize, to have some label for hotels, etc., preservation, resources preservation. We have some text, some law, etc., who try to encourage people to create some ecotourism, the private initiative, but still it's not enough, and it's not very well, and it's not advanced as it was mentioned in the morning. Priority in South are sometimes, but always different. Unfortunately, also it's important, but government try to have some answer to poverty, to exclusion, to economic recession, etc. But the ecotourism is very developed in private initiatives. Private develop a lot and are now creating a fact on the ground about the ecotourism and the alternative tourism, which is a very, very, very important thing. What I mentioned in my presentation are 100% private initiatives. And also private initiatives in very, in regions who are very poor economical, but who are very rich in terms of culture, in terms of heritage, in terms of also food, etc. And this work is based mainly on local initiatives and involving communities. We cannot develop a local project like Duyarat project without work closely with a local and involve the local actors and also the local handcrafters, etc. Because we are talking about little places, we are talking about a village, sometimes 4 or 5, at least 10 houses who are, and planted in some no man land, and you cannot create some project without the participation of your neighbors and of your community, etc., which is a very, very good example and very, I think it's innovative in terms of involving community in private project. And I think that we, in 2, 3, perhaps 5 years, we will have some, even now, we have great success stories and best practices about how can your neighbor, your family, your neighborhood, etc., your village participate to create, the private richness, but not also for the owner of the project, but also for all the community. As we saw for Juirat, the first example, it's a little village, but now it's on booking, and many people know them very well, and it creates a very good economic dynamic.
I think that the question was also wanted to have some Nordic perspective, so maybe it's just quickly like some practical examples that how we take into consideration the community in like a business, regional and national level. Some examples, somebody mentioned food there. So in a business level, it's a lot of collaboration between the local, for example, gardeners, fishermen, traditional livelihoods like reindeer herder. So in this way that through this collaboration, you can bring economic advantage for the local businesses, and at the same time, you can create value more for the travelers, because then you end up purchasing local goods and handicraft, and you end up also eating local sustainably harvested food. Then on the regional level, there are like workshops with the local communities whenever there is like a tourism development. And one of the best ones probably that I attended was that the locals were able to put in the map the places where they do not want tourism, because those are, for example, sacred places for the locals. Then, for example, in a national level, also we've been carrying out citizen surveys, so that we understand that where we have room for improvement, that where maybe there is a clash between the local communities and tourism. And then also something that is nice usually, for at least for me, living in a place that is also a tourism destination, is that before and after the season there is usually like different pricing for locals. I don't know if somebody might feel that this is discrimination, but it's actually really nice, because those are the moments that it's quiet and the locals get to enjoy, sometimes even completely for free, any activities that are built, or the places that you wouldn't usually go as a local, and also collaboration with the local schools, so that the local youth, for example, get to work in some projects, and in this way they can support, for example, their school trips. And in this way the local communities are also gaining from tourism other ways than the traditional, having better services.
And in short, we could flip the coin. Don't ask what you can do for tourism, but ask what tourism can do for your community. Yeah. So that's the most important question, because if the community isn't thriving, then tourism is not a good thing. And it's not always a good thing, and we must face that. That's the other elephant in the room.
Anything with such exaggeration can be always damaging for any community.
Yeah.
Last comment.
Thank you. I have a question from my friend from Tunisia. Do you think that current economic situation in Tunisia has any impact on the strategy of government in this field, especially in the eco-tourism you told us?
We have just 1 minute, please.
In Tunisian 1 minute or? Estonia in 1 minute, okay. Because it's different between South and... 1 minute is not always the same. Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yes, it's a very important question. Tunisia now is in very difficult situation, economic situation. And last week they tried to develop, and to try to develop the personal and the private initiatives. And the alternative tourism is one of those fields who help the local community to develop their region and to develop their economic situation. And I think, yes, sometimes the bad economic situation represent a good dynamic to find solution. And sometimes we live also because also the mass tourism is leaving one of the most difficult crises after Corona also in Tunisia. So that help private initiative to develop their project. But attention here, it's very important to say that it's very important to say that government should organize this sector because, yeah, you know, sometimes we have many times we have many people who are not respecting very well, you know, they try to, you know, to say that they are ecotourism, but it's not the case. So they don't respect very well the different condition and the different aspect of ecotourism. So we find some people who made, you know, very, very bad thing for ecology and for environment, but they put the label, you know, or some, you know, the title of ecotourism. So it's very important, and we are, as civil society actors, we are trying to push for more regulation and more organization of the sector by government. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. I hope you found all this heard very interesting. A warm applause for our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Before we release you to the coffee break, a few organizational announcements by Diane.
Hi, yes, just few announcements. Now we will have a coffee break. It will be 30 minutes where you can take coffee, grab coffee, and then we will start with the third panel discussion. Quick reminder that at 6:30 we will meet here after everything is finished. At 5:30 we will have 1 hour break to go back to the hotel to dress ourselves really chic to come back here for the reception to celebrate 35th anniversary of the SSCW. So you should be here at 6:30 dressed nicely, and we will start with our program at 6:30. Yep, that was the announcement.
You're the wild card. There's so much world to find. Someone shout amen if you're feeling so alive, so alive. You're feeling so alive, yeah. And let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Let the good times roll.
Can you hear when I speak?
Test, test, test. Test.
Yeah, sounds much better.
Yes, hello. Yeah, I can hear it too.
Zoom, именно то, что на колонке выходит, чтобы мы ее услышали. Раз. Тест. Please speak.
Yeah, it works for now. Do you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, super.
Okay.
We are the wild kind. There's so much world to find. Someone shout amen if you're feeling so alive, so alive. You're feeling so alive, yeah. And let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Let the good times roll.
Okay. Everything else than my screen. That's good sign. Yeah. Should I start now or? Oh, it's again not going through the sound.
Тест.
Thank you everyone for having found your place. We seem to have been missing a panelist. Is Masha here somewhere in the audience? Oh, hello, come on in. We've been waiting for you. Yes. I'm glad I got the idea. I'm checking whether you're in the audience. I'm Ingrid. Nice to meet you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so glad to see that you still have perky eyes and you're interested in the next session. We'll be taking the biggest elephant in the room, of course. We'll be talking about energy. But before I start introducing our guests today, I was asked to do a little opening to the topic. And I know that all of us here, we have different realities related to energy. We understand energy differently. We have different experiences. Some of us have some more technological view to it. Some look at it more social-wise. Some even look at it culturally. So when we talk about energy, we can all agree that it's quite a complex topic, especially today. If we look at globally, we know that many countries are still struggling with connecting consumers or people to the electrical grid. Some are thinking how to completely rebuild their energy system, like here in Estonia. We are also looking at countries which are thinking already how to do it faster, how to end the fossil fuel use and move to renewable energy faster. So there are many possibilities in this field, but there's also a lot of unforeseeable. And the events of the recent years definitely have disrupted many beliefs about our energy system, its affordability, for instance, or even access to it. So it's a very complicated topic. We know it's in a big change, and we know that there are many viewpoints around it. I personally, in the last years, I don't even remember a period before a couple of years back that we've heard and been talking about and read so many different angles which all look at the energy issue. But often what do we also see is that people are not really included in this topic because it might be too technical. It might be too technology centered. It might be simply because those people, us, are not in a position of the power to actually be invited to these talks. So I think Narva is a very befitting place where to actually have an open discussion about it and to explore our possibilities, look to the future, and also analyze what do we need to do today, here, and us all. So we've invited 5 panelists here today. 2 of them are joining online. We'll start with the people online first. And after each presentation online, we'll open the floor to one question and then move on to the next one. Then we'll talk to our lovely panelists here in the room. One of them is still going to join us. And in the end, I hope we have plenty of time for your questions regarding the topics that will be discussed here today as well. So I'll start first and invite to speak Ivari Janskov, who is an associate professor of Sustainable Energy Planning Research Group of Aalborg University in Denmark. She mainly studies power-to-X solutions, but also works on a roadmap for hydrogen hubs in Nordics. And I think more importantly to us, she researches on how to create sustainable future renewable energy system with the lowest possible climate risk. So Eva, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and I apologize that I was not able to be there in person with you, but I hope you can enjoy the background of our campus in Copenhagen. I see that the picture is quite big. I'll just share my my presentation, and I hope that it's going through. You can just give me a nod. Yeah, I think it's true. So I have prepared for today to talk about the current energy crisis, and maybe some of the audience would disagree that it's still current, but I will challenge that. And in general, talk about the energy security of the EU, because we'll take a point of departure in 3 points. I will first dig a bit into that we are, no matter what, and how progressive we are into implementing renewables. We also reached the new highs in coal and oil. Then I'll switch towards discussing a bit the gas dependency that has EU being a part of the EU transition or stepping stone towards the transition. And I will finish with some of the risks that are in front of us based on the decisions that we have made so far and what we can expect to experience. So when we look globally, even though that we have been highly increasing our renewables, which is a very positive part of the story, we have also used more coal and oil than ever before. And of course, we have the 2020 as the COVID times where we have reduced our demands, but we can see that we have quickly returned back to our trends before, and actually to some extent also increased some of it due to reaction to gas reduction that we have put in front of us. And we are experiencing not only the highest energy demand with 620 exajoules in 2023, but we also have a consequences of that, which is the highest emissions that we have experienced so far. But the positive note is that in 2023 was the first year where wind and solar added more global energy than any other source. We managed to overwin the oil with 1%, but for sure it's a very positive trend, and hopefully this is also what we are going to experience in the future, because we can see on the graph that the wind and solar and other renewables are actually growing exponentially in comparison to the other sources. If we zoom into EU, what we can see in the last period of time, specifically from 2000 to 2020, is that unfortunately we have increased our gas dependency of almost up to 84%, which is quite concerning thing. And it was a very poor starting point for EU when we 2 years ago had to react to invasion of Ukraine. What we have managed to succeed with Repower EU and the policies that have been coming quickly to place is that we have increased significantly our renewable energy. We have managed to increase our storage capacity when it comes to gas, which has also been the highest levels of storage capacity than we had on average before. We have also been relatively successful with slightly increasing our energy efficiency and hereby reducing our demands. But we also can see how our demands are being reduced from a fossil side, that we have managed to reduce, of course, our coal and gas, but we also have increased significantly different types of renewables in our supply mix, which is visible in our primary energy production, where we almost have the renewables overtaking every other energy production that we have. If we zoom into the Baltic area, we can see that unfortunately it was very depending on Russian gas. Back in 2021, if we look, we can see that 74% of the Baltic gas demand was met by Russian gas. To some extent different in different countries where we also to some extent have LNG demand. But what we can overall conclude is that due to very low consumption overall of gas in the final energy consumption, with the region's complete reliance on the Russian supply and unfortunately disconnection from the rest of the European energy system, the only and a positive outcome of the crisis and switching and reacting to it was that we can see that also these countries were the ones that have provided the biggest gas reductions, which is extremely positive, of course, because we can see that the alternatives are not necessarily there for doing and supplying it in a different way. Switching towards the final points of today before going into the discussion is that we do have a risk in front of us. So what we have been successful with in the EU with the changes and reacting in the energy crisis is to increase the renewables, as I mentioned before. But what we have failed significantly was that we never really went with the natural gas exit plan. Instead, we went for the diversification plan. And the diversification plan has resulted that we have managed to reduce our gas consumption significantly, but what been also diversified the suppliers, as we can see on the top graph, by reducing the dependency on Russia, but increasing the dependency on other countries. But what we can also see that we have managed to displace our gas with massive amounts of LNG. And this can be quite questionable from how our security of supply is actually not being improved at all. And these consequences of switching towards liquefied natural gas instead of consuming natural gas is that we are still the largest consumer of Russian LNG when it comes to their selling part. What we can also see that we are also largest LNG consumer for LNG that is sold by United States. With the current situation globally and geopolitical tensions, it still has a significantly large effects on European competitiveness and security of supply. We can just reflect on the recent elections in the USA and this potential stability of suppliers that we are currently using can become quite questionable. What we can also conclude is that if we actually fail the Repower EU, it can also not increase our gas supply again or demand, but we can also risk that we can have not that good placement in the global market conditions because we have diversified our supply, but also diversified towards the sources that are not necessarily the best choices. What we can see also in the coming time is that we are, according to expectations, meeting the coldest winter since the Russian invasion, which can include, in the worst case scenario, significant additional demand for meeting of the different types of fuels to meet our demand, which would basically increase significantly the LNG demand or use almost half of our reserves that we have currently in the storage. And what we should never forget is that when we look into the diversification plan, in rare cases, we talk about what else apart from LNG are we using, because Repower EU has also increased significantly the hydrogen demands, also for the power production and partly industrial demand. So we have additionally improved, not necessarily secured our security of supply, because it doesn't only bases the supply of hydrogen in the local area, but also imports of large amounts of hydrogen from the outside. So this diversification is basically the very critical part of our future developments, because we really need to rethink some of the decisions that we have made. And one final note is that we sometimes have a tendency to forget that the energy poverty is still a present part of our everyday life. Even some of us is blind to it. And actually we can see in the previous years that even though we managed to decrease the energy poverty from 2020 to 2021, we actually end up increasing it in 2022 to almost 10%. And these numbers can also continue being critical. And some of the countries are, of course, much more experiencing this than others. Just to highlight that Lithuania has almost 20% of energy poverty that was experienced in the recent years. So this is something to always keep in mind, that when the new cold winter is coming, we will probably experience, unfortunately, this type of issues as well. So we really need to think through the new and next steps we will have, because the natural gas prices that currently are sometimes relatively low are not and cannot stay in the same way in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eva. Do we have a question from the audience for Eva before we move on to the next presentation? Yes, I will pass on the microphone.
This is probably obvious to everyone else, but why has this LNG, why is the dependence increasing so much? Why haven't we been able to replace this with non-fossil fuels? Or why is it just increasing this demand?
Yeah, so the short answer is that this is a direct displacement to what we have. So it was a reaction in the times of crisis to how can we quickly phase out gas from our supply. And this is where it comes to diversification. Is not necessarily only a positive approach, but it can also have a negative consequences, especially in case where we are displacing one fossil to another. But it is in time of crisis, the reaction is there, and you need to react to it, because we need to have the supply available for the demands that are coming there. The thing is that we need to also think through how and what the next steps should be in order to meet our targets for 2050. We had issues in ramping up the renewables in some of the countries because of the low implementation processing. And this is also part of the Repower EU package that we need to look into how to speed up this process. And of course, this is impossible to solve if you don't have a quick implementation of the alternatives that are, and then of course relying on the available resources that are there is to pick the out of the boxes of the bad choices, which are the least bad. So it was a positive reaction to what we had to do at the time, but I think it's also something that needs to be questioned and rethought through when we go forward towards the future, that we need to actually think about how to phase out fossil fuels in a right way and not continue depending on the fossil fuels in the way that we are currently doing in some of the cases at least.
Thank you very much, Eva. I hope this answers the question. Now we'll be taking more questions at the end. Now we'll move on to Kaire Kuldpere, who is the head of Environment and Sustainability of Utilitas Energy Group in Estonia. If you're not from Estonia, you're probably not familiar with Utilitas. Utilitas is a company that is heavily invested in both into the heating sector, but also is pursuing building wind parks in Estonia. Kaira, are you online with us?
Can you hear me?
Perfectly. You can start. Thank you.
Okay, can you see my slides as well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm presenting an example from Estonia. I'm presenting the actions of an energy group. Utilitas is the biggest renewable energy producer in Estonia and also the biggest district heating provider, meaning that we supply cities, including city of Tallinn, and also other 8 cities in Estonia and 1 city in Latvia with district heating solutions. But yes, we have also the renewable energy electricity supply from CHP plants and from wind energy plants and also from solar plants. And we are in the middle of implementing our carbon neutrality plan, which is also the response to the climate change and also to the energy crisis and in order to secure the energy supply also in the future. We are acting according to our ESG plan, which has 7 different sectors that we have different goals and KPIs that we measure our performance every year, and we present our results also in our annual consolidated report. If you want to know more about us, then you are welcome to read it. But the most important area for us is the climate and emissions. We have really ambitious targets to be carbon neutral for 2030. And at that time, we should produce only renewable energy. Another area is the resource use and efficiency. We would like to get from the resources that we use out as much as outcome as we can. We already have really highly efficient production units in our portfolio, but we also see that that we use only the biomass that is meeting the European sustainability criteria and therefore not harming the biodiversity or ecosystems. And also we have goals for the social dimension, including workplace safety, but also employee inclusion and and providing really quality services for our clients. Meaning also that energy must be there whenever a client wants to use it and in the amount that it wants to use it. So the energy security and security of supply is very important for us. And also we are also looking at the governance dimension, where our goals for being transparent and responsible company, but also supporting our local communities and also students in energy field and so on. Every year we provide also the results what we have been achieving, and I'm not going into very detail on that, but these results are presented in our annual report as well. And the most important part is our carbon neutrality plan, which we call From Low to Zero. And here you can see that we are on the way. already, starting from the 2008. In 2008, all the Tallinn was heated by the natural gas. In 2008, first biomass-based CHPs were implemented, and from that time we have managed to reduce our carbon emissions from approximately 200 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour to 68 grams per kilowatt hour in 2023. So we already have approximately 70% less emissions than we had in 2008. But we have a little bit more to go. And where these emissions mainly come, they come from the district heating system. We are able to provide the base load with biomass-based or other or heat or waste heat solutions. But when the weather is cold, and we have to supply more energy, more heat to the district heating network, then right now this amount of heat is made out of natural gas. So our incentive is to reduce the use of natural gas, and how we can do it by investing into renewable energy technologies and new facilities. And also we, in order to reduce the energy supply, we reduce the losses from heat pipelines, for example, and this also increases the resilience and helps us to adapt with the climate change. Here is in more detailed way the pathway to carbon neutrality. We have opened Saarde wind farm in 2023. We have also introduced district cooling into our energy system, meaning that in the same way as we provide our clients with heating, we now have also the cooling network, which is enhancing. We utilize quite a lot of waste heat through the second and first stage flue gas condensers in our CHP plants and heat pumps. In 2027, we will open the Paljassaare wastewater and seawater heat pump. And this will be a very big step towards to carbon neutrality. I hope you can see now. I have a small video. This is a very good example of the sector coupling and solving the energy sector issues together with different sectors, meaning heating sector, meaning electricity sector, but also transport sector. This is the Vao complex next to Tallinn, and we have there 2 biomass CHPs working. Now there are also heat pumps utilizing waste heat. There are solar parks, and also there will be a heat storage facility and also hydrogen production facility. So this is the solution that will bring us closer to the carbon neutrality, and also helping us to maintain the security of supply to our customers, and also giving them possibility to consume energy that is also that is secure, but also that they can afford it. So it was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kare, for this presentation. It was very enlightening and a great case study. I would like to ask if the audience has any questions. If they don't, I do. You are operating daily in a landscape, energy landscape is always influenced by policies, and those policies are tightening every year, they're changing every year. So how do you manage to make up these plans in this changing landscape?
Yes, in order to fulfill those plans and to make those plans, we need a stable environment as in terms of regulatory framework. This is true that we have many demands, we have many regulations that we have to comply with, and sometimes we feel that this is too much for us, but we must comply them if we want to stay in the market, and if we want to supply our services to our customers. But of course, we would like a stable environment and supporting environment for the green transition, that everybody would cooperate and put their efforts into these plans.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much again. We'll come now to this room, and we'll start with Maksis Apinis, who joins us from Latvia. It's always great to learn from neighbors, so hopefully we'll find some good pointers from his speech. He's an energy transformation expert from Green Liberty, which is an NGO in Latvia. And his main areas of work are sustainable energy, climate policy, and just transition. And they keep a close eye on public investments as well to do that. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have the slides. So are they somewhere?
Coming up.
So thank you for inviting me, and just one sentence about our organization. What we do is climate policy, climate awareness is the main topic that we work on, and so naturally we also have to work on the energy. It's not just, I don't work on energy just because I'm a very technical person and love this, but because I work primarily on climate. But we also work on circular economy and things like that. We do a lot of advocacy, but also public awareness raising campaigns and some research as well. So what I want to tell you in this presentation is, as you can read, obviously, Latvia's experience, but this is just, this is something that I think is not unique, and there will be a lot of things which definitely are very similar to other countries, especially Central Eastern European countries. At first, I want to give a brief background just so you know what I'm talking about, because you have to understand the situation in Latvia regarding climate and greenhouse gas emissions, our climate footprints and energy sector. So as you can see, the two main sectors are transport and energy, very equally, and we have not so much industry developed. Other countries have that portion more. So agriculture, therefore, is a bit bigger contributor. And if you look at the overall statistics, this graph shows the share of renewable energy in EU countries. Then Latvia is in a very good place, and we are third and well above the EU average, and it seems always great, and it is. But the reason why we are doing at this moment good in comparison to other EU countries is not because we have done a lot in the past decade, not because of energy transformation, what we're talking about right now. It's because we have this. We're very lucky to have these 3 large power plants, hydroelectric power plants on the river Daugava, which were built in Soviet times, 2 on Soviet times, 1 before that. And last year, 62% of the power generated came from these, and some smaller hydropower plants as well, a bit less a year before. And also, why we have so much renewable share is because we rely a lot on forest biomass in the heating, approximately 62% in year 22. But this is problematic because we don't see forest biomass as a sustainable energy source, and it is debatable whether it's renewable actually. I don't think so. And the reason why is because if you look at the current forestry practices, then we cannot say that that's renewable or sustainable. I'm specifically talking about clear cuts and approaches which harm biodiversity and also climate. So we do need to also do some changes in the energy sector a lot. But as you can see, we also this is the power sector, and there's a lot of dependency on fossil gas still. This has reduced a lot, and that has been good. But still, there's a lot of gas, and we do not provide all the power that we need. I'm talking about the overall yearly balance. We still are in deficit. We import more than we export, and but if we see from previous years, then overall the trend is good. The renewable energy is increasing, and we were much more relied on the fossil gas before, and even a few decades ago we relied on peat. Does everyone know what is peat? Okay, good. And it's the stuff that the peat is actually something that after in a few million years would become coal, and the thing that you dig out of the swamps. So we burned that, which was really bad, but we abandoned it pretty already more than 2 decades ago. Although there are a few places where they still burn it, but it's going to end soon. Anyway, so if you talk about what happened here in our region in energy crisis, Latvia was one of the first ones which made this political statement that we are stopping importing Russian gas. So we did that very abruptly in year 22, although we were almost completely relied on that. So we switched to liquefied natural gas, LNG. There were moments when the government seriously considered developing LNG terminal. Unfortunately, they decided not to because we have Klaipėda in Lithuania, we had Paldiski in Estonia, and they understood that it is enough that we can provide all that we need from these 2 terminals. Luckily for us, otherwise we would have stranded assets and we would be hooked on gas for much more than we need. But what we have seen is truly exponential growth in solar generating capacities, and this is not unique to Latvia. This is in many EU countries we see that, and this was a response to the energy crisis for sure. I mean, if you talk about wind, and in Latvia wind is very behind in comparison to Estonia and Lithuania. For 10 years we had no new wind park. It was unfortunately, but right now there are more than 50 wind parks under environmental impact assessment procedures, and it's complicated situation right now because it's quite wild west in renewable energy products right now in Latvia, and it's one of the obstacles that I will touch upon a bit later. But we have set a target of 100% renewable energy electricity produced by 2030, just like in Estonia and Lithuania as well, which is very welcomed, and we were, as an NGO, very happy that the ministry decided to take up this ambition. So these are the solar generating, solar power generation in Latvia, how the trends, how this is truly exponential growth, and there's many industrial parks right now being built, so the trend will continue. But interestingly, we see that at first it was the micro generators, which is these solar panels on rooftops of households, which first, obviously, which is much easier to plan and just do more quickly, and then came all the industrial solar parks. Right, but I'm talking only about generation, but this is something that we criticize a lot. Our ministry and the government is that everyone wants to talk about energy generation, which is obviously, understandably, yes, important, but we don't talk enough about energy efficiency and sufficiency. And we see this dilemma in the debates happening that not in the debates, but overall in the policy, that when we're doing good, the economy is good, and there's just not enough stimuli to do for energy efficiency, to do building renovations, for instance. But when the economy is bad and the energy price is high, then we don't have money to do those. And it's so when do we do them? It's something that we are, as an NGO, waiting for to actually become a priority and invest in that. And when there was this huge energy price spike in 2022, then what our government did, they compensated a lot of the energy costs, which overall was good. I cannot criticize that, because otherwise a huge part of society would be in deep energy poverty. There would be bankruptcies and homes lost. So obviously it was a needed thing. Maybe they overdid it too much, and so people didn't felt it. It was not painful enough for them to actually understand that they need to renovate buildings, they need to change their heating solutions. Now they develop new compensation scheme, which if new crisis comes. But the problem here is that, for instance, in Denmark, I heard that they didn't have any kind of compensation scheme when the energy prices went high, and people actually felt it very dearly, and then the understanding and awareness of the fact that each individual need to invest in this energy transition is high because of that. But Denmark can afford it, but in Latvia people would not be able to afford it, and that's something that is hard to overcome. So the challenges that we see in the public discourse about energy transition is that there are people who see, yes, energy transition can have economic advantages, because in Latvia we don't have coal, we don't have oil. Yes, renewable is our chance, and it's very good. But unfortunately, they view it only from the economic advantage, but not from the climate advantage. And sometimes that results in that, yeah, when economy is good again, then yes, let's do energy transition. But when the economy isn't good, then of course the climate and long-term social challenges just fall apart. It's not anymore. This is Latvia is so small. We can't impact things anyway. There's this China and USA and Russia. And, I mean, I think every one of you has heard it, and I'm annoyed by this to explain every time that we can't think like that. It's absurd and irresponsible. What we see also is quite strong anti-wind movement, and honestly, I think And it's not just people, it's just not in my backyard movement, because these are people who are not the neighbors of developing wind parks. And I have some people who are working more with security issues and cyber security. They're saying that there are definitely some ties with some Kremlin propaganda. And I believe that it is, of course, in their interest for us to not have energy independency. And so that's something also that we need to work on. Right, and what's quite striking is to hear that some politicians in Latvia actually express that they think that the Green Deal will be overlooked for sure, because EU countries will not be able to meet their targets. Latvia will not be able to meet their targets, specifically on transport and land sector. And so they actually seems like they hope that it will be okay. And it's quite, I don't think that this is where we're steering, but it's quite alarming. Yes, I will not go all through that because we don't have a lot of time. Yes, but the mainstream reaction in Latvia is that we cannot afford this, and that's quite. Instead of thinking, how can we afford this? How can we come up with some innovative funding models? And yes, they're more complex, but instead of that, the reaction is we cannot afford this, and someone else needs to pay for it. Right, and on some of the obstacles, I do see that public administration capacity is really low, and much too low when it comes to, because there's so many regulatory changes coming from EU level, but also nationally, and it's hard to adopt that in a qualitative manner. And also, you need to think about how are we going to find these 20 billion euros to actually renovate our buildings. It takes capacity to come up with that. And overall, there's just the simplification of the energy transition that let's just build nuclear. It's going to fix all the issues. And it's understandable from psychological point of view that if you don't understand something, then you feel great appeal towards someone that says, hey, here's this one simple solution. But we all know, I mean, everyone who works with energy sector understands that the answer is very complex, and it's a mosaic of a lot of elements coming together, not some false solutions. Right, and I definitely have to mention that the current focus on security is definitely holding back the energy transition. You see that some of the EU funds are being shifted towards more security investments, which is of course needed, but then it comes at a cost. Right, I will not go into that much detail on how we still rely on gas infrastructure, but we do have some struggles with that. And on the forest biomass, I also mentioned, this is what we want to move away from, but it's still too slow. It's insufficiency not addressed at all in the planning documents. And when it comes to renewable energy project development, then it's kind of wild west, as I mentioned, because these developers are not yet adopting very high standards, and so there's not good communication, and things could be improved a lot there. All right, yeah. Can I have 1 minute more or not? Okay. This is just something I wanted to mention because we're talking about social things as well, and there's great inequality in Latvia and Lithuania, a bit less in Estonia, but we need to address that as well, obviously. And if we look at the greenhouse gas emissions, then there's a share of our society which is much more responsible for that than others. This is quite, I think, shocking statistics that these squares represent the amount of emissions created in 2019. Like 50% of the poorest world created less than 1% richest, which is striking and absolutely needs to be addressed in climate policy. And the last slide is 3 points. What's needed for acceleration is we need better communication from the government, because they don't. They should just because it's crisis, and we need to understand that we need to communicate on this. That this is something we need to mobilize on. It's not happening, and then yes, properly addressing inequalities, making sure poorer people can also afford installing heat pumps. And last thing is this administrative capacity, which is quite challenging at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Maksis. I think if we change Latvia with Estonia on most of your slides, we could present this again. We have very similar problems. But let's move on to Masha Lukanchuk, who is here to represent the World Energy Council. She's the head of business development, and you're from Belgium, I understood correctly, yes?
Right.
All
That's
right.
where I live.
Thank you for joining us here in person. I know it's quite difficult. Your work revolves today around energy transition scenarios, and I found it very interesting that you also say that you focus on the human-centric aspects of energy. So hopefully you'll be able to bring and shed some light on your viewpoint on this topic.
Right. Thank you very much, and that's what I'm planning to talk about today. And it was actually very nice to hear that this issue actually has been already addressed by many speakers today. And because it is a decisive time for globally inclusive climate action. The race to zero has triggered a really increasingly crowded, polarized, and divisive energy landscape. The energy leadership contests are a strain on world peace, and of course European energy ministers are looking for ways of handling the situation, and yet there is no hope of avoiding further conflicts if energy systems are not redesigned for a billion of better lives and a healthier planet. It's important that we remember that energy is not and has never been a single issue agenda. It's actually a proven recipe for disaster. A multidimensional approach is needed for that. So the burning question that keeps, I think, all of us and beyond this audience awake at night is how to accelerate decarbonization, how to ensure energy supply security, and how to raise and protect its equity. So to answer those questions, probably the bigger picture is a good place to start. The World Energy Council has learned a few lessons in the course of last 100 years of existence, and through different eras of energy transitions in plural and energy crisis. First, there is no such thing as quick, easy, or cheap energy transition. Second, there is no such thing as all good versus bad energy. This approach works pretty nicely in fairy tales, but unfortunately not in real life. And there is no such thing as a silver, or in our case, green technology bullet. We have entered a new era in which humanizing energy is becoming a key to finding a right, secure, and sustainable solution for people and planet. And I think in the multiple discussions today, we share this vision. Humanizing energy vision goes beyond mere energy production and distribution and consumption. It encompasses a broader goal of enhancing the well-being of individuals, communities, and the entire planet. Humanizing energy is not another energy poverty or basic access agenda. It's a fundamental call to action involving a shift in leadership mindset and mobilizing more people and communities in understanding their roles and choices. It promotes equitable access to clean and affordable energy while addressing critical environmental, economical, and social challenges. World Energy Council is certain that by humanizing energy, societies can create a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. So we all agreed today that the energy is a multi-purpose system. Sustainability, security, and equity can and must go hand in hand. And while multiple energy transition pathways are emerging in all regions, our latest World Energy Pulse report showed that we all agree that the progress is going too slow. So the exam question for us actually became how to accelerate decarbonization, but with justice and resilience. And although there's no one-size-fits-all solution, as my colleague earlier today mentioned, that this term is being overused, totally agree. But still, the best way to succeed is probably threefold. It is vital that we engage diversity as a source of learning and innovation. We cannot only rely on technology and financial innovation. Diverse communities have to be involved. And third, unless we manage energy trilemma on all levels of society, we will just swing from one crisis to another. And yet, while we can all agree that that people and diverse communities shifting energy needs and uses are being big blind spot on almost all energy transition roadmaps. And what are the critical milestones on this way? Well, definitely achieving a net zero emission by mid-century is the critical one. Especially in parallel that even more energy will be needed for sustainable development in future. And the best way to address this challenge is that we see actually appearing in many regions is by involving more people and diverse communities in progressing multiple objectives: energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. And by that, building resilience to future energy shocks. As an example of that, a new shape of user-centric energy system is emerging with more digitalized, diverse, and decentralized energy sources. We already see a migration to a new value generation towards end users. And we see the emergence of prosumers and new possibility in peer-to-peer and peer-to-market trading. And actually quite a few examples of those are coming from that very region, like energy trading initiatives in Estonia, smart grid projects in Finland, energy cooperative in Denmark, and many more. But still, while the world is coming to terms with new kinds of energy security crisis and looking for solutions, the future of energy is going to be even more demanding. And I think we all agree that what got us where we are today won't get us to where we need to be. And what will? Well, probably considering all levers of change when making choices. Financial, technological, but most important, the missing one, social transformation lever. And what is transformation? I believe that transformation is really a mindset. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. It's not a straight line journey. Transformation is a new space of intergenerational conversation, a dialogue where we can all actively listen and learn from each other about what is working and what is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Malek Atalla, who is a business representative and sustainability policy expert for What Now in France. Yeah, I'm probably pronounced it wrong. And your work mainly revolves around artificial intelligence and technology to optimize energy consumption. How would you like to respond to what Masha said, that technology is not the solution?
I think, yeah, it's going to be my topic, exactly. I think you're right by saying it's not the only solution. Thank you very much for the introduction. So Malek, actually co-founder and the CEO of What Now. Very quickly, maybe to introduce the company. What Now is a smart energy management solution, a smart energy management startup. The idea is to help companies better manage their energy usage in order to reduce both their costs and their carbon footprint. So it's an AI-powered solution. We gather energy data through IoT devices, and we very briefly started basically our activities in 2019. We're very proud to be supported by a number of investors coming from all over the world, from Norway for the climate tech part, from the UK for the AI and the deep tech funds, and we're today serving over clients, based on 11 countries today. So, indeed, technology has to be in my view anyway, the baseline, the key to gather information, and it has the potential to unlock or at least accelerate a certain number of elements. The energy crisis today showed significant vulnerabilities in the energy system in general, dwindling gas supplies, the surging of electricity prices, and so on. But this situation, in my view, is also an important call to action, something that can actually help move things forward. I think you said this earlier on, but or some other speaker. But today, energy security is actually a pressing matter, and for both households, of course, but for industries alike. And to ensure a stable and reliable, sustainable energy supply, we have to move forward and beyond short-term relief. And we have to set up and adopt comprehensive strategies that actually transform not only how we produce, but how we distribute and consume energy. And it's in that sense that, in my view, leveraging technology is key. Because, of course, leveraging technology can be adapting other, deploying solutions and all of that, but it also is investing in clean energy. And all this leads to changing how we basically view and use energy at every level of society. Maybe to bring a bit of insight around all of this, from my experience anyway at What Now, so as you maybe understood, the idea is to empower companies. We're harnessing data-driven insights, okay, by deploying AI solutions to help users optimize their energy usage, okay, or energy consumption in general. This starts, as I said, by gathering data. Once data is gathered, we analyze it, okay, through different AI models and bring out basically anomalies, trends, waste-saving opportunities that can actually help them make sense of all of this and take action. So these models that we deploy today, they can identify spikes. They can help companies detect if certain equipments might stop working or working ineffectively. And actually, we've helped a few of our clients make some significant savings. In some leading actually players in the aeronautics field were able to make over 60% of energy savings through our models. So technology, I think, is the baseline to this. Of course, it gives information, it gives tools, it gives a way to act. It shows sort of the direction that we can go to. But we need, above that, to actually transform the consumption patterns by themselves. And to actually transform these patterns, we actually need to rethink as I said earlier on, how and when energy is used. We have to set up behavioral shifts. We have to engage consumers. And this also goes, I think, hand in hand with clear incentives that are equally as important. I think earlier today we talked a lot about energy efficiency and things like that, but I didn't hear things about energy sobriety. I think that's very important as well, because I mean, if we just continue this growth throughout society, I mean, you can put up as much energy efficiency as you'd like, but you have to be you have to put energy sobriety in that mix too, so to speak. And so I think this is an important segue maybe to the importance as well as of policies and the regulators in all of this. Because frameworks have to be created, and they have to actually enable the efficient environment for innovation and the clean energy adoption. There are different, frameworks and regulations coming throughout different countries. I mean, we're based in Toulouse in France, so I can talk about décret tertiaire, I can talk about décret Bax, a certain number of regulations that are put up. Of course, the different vision, the vision in Saudi Arabia, and all sorts of frameworks that are being set up. But I think we need to also think about this in a global perspective. This was said earlier this morning during the presentation, but the difficulties will not, the impacts and difficulties are not the same in each country. So that has to be taken into account. And so here, governments have a unique role in aligning market incentives with climate goals. Okay, and that's how anyway I understand it. And the private sector, on the other hand, can actually propel these efforts through innovation and through potential investments. So investments have to be made, both public investments and private, but also have to go hand in hand, actually, with societal engagement. We had the opportunity actually to collaborate with with the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, in one program which was basically to empower some fishermen actually in the south of Tunisia, basically by helping them, so to speak, become more energy efficient. And the sort of deal was that they would actually collect those benefits by being more efficient in terms of for themselves. So these are, I think, certain initiatives that can actually develop societal engagement. So I'm already past time, but I think governments, citizens, businesses, all have to be part of this transition. And honestly, yeah, when people and society in general feel that they have a stake in their energy future, that's when everyone becomes more willing to actually adopt and develop and deploy and work on all these solutions. So yeah, I think a sustainable future is basically one that's grounded in collaboration, in innovation, and through a collective vision for change in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malek. I know you had the least amount of time. Hopefully you will be able to engage in lots of different conversations. We have gone a little over time, but we've been promised that we can have another maybe 10 minutes for any of your questions. So I can see hands up already. I'll start from here and then move from one place to another.
May I have 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. No, it's just to be sure that I won't be cut. It is interesting to listen to each other, whatever the tone, whatever the accent. And then it's very interesting what you're saying. And it's something come to my mind when I was a young boy at school in Senegal. They used to tell us that we are in a planet village. And my teacher was really they were engaged with the idea that we are in a planet village. Then I moved from my village to the city, and I see some changes. I say, I don't know. And finally, I arrived in Europe, And then people are telling me, okay, here we are in a center of the world. So there's no more a planet village. There is a world and there is a center, and whatever happened in the center impact the periphery and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So, and then in a discussion with my colleagues at the philosophy course, we come to read a text of Walter Benjamin about to stopping the machine of the progress. And then when we were speaking, I was just thinking about that. How to stop the machine of the progress? Because when we speak about energy, we are speaking about energy to produce. We are speaking energy to progress. We are speaking about energy to go ahead. You say to continue. And this is very interesting, to continue. China was trying to continue. If we see the production of China, the economic development of China in the last 40 years, we will understand easily the production of the contamination of China, the pollution of China in the 40 years. There's a connection directly. People are speaking about the growth of African population. I'm not care about the growth of African population. I'm scared about what's gonna happen when African countries will start to industrialize. What's gonna happen when African countries will try to say, okay, we deserve a progress. So, and I was a little bit surprised because you say that Latvia stopped to import from Russia. And then your colleague, the first panelist said that it is basically impossible to not depend on Russian LNG. So I'm a little bit confused. Where is the line between the ideology and the reality in all this stuff of energy? The idea, my question is that, what is the idea, the barrier, the limit, the frontier between the ideology and the reality?
Anyone on the stage?
Yeah, I can quickly respond to that because this is exactly the point where it's not working? No, okay. This is exactly the dilemma I, as NGO representative, often find myself in, because I know that in reality, we need degrowth and to actually sustain on this planet, right? But when I'm talking with ministry representatives, politicians, and if I want to be at the table and talk with them, I have to talk in economic terms as if we can continue the same way. We just need to change the energy source. And that's, but if I will, the moment I start to talk about, hey, there's actually a crisis happening. We actually have to slow down. We don't need to produce as much. And at that moment they say, these extreme greens, come on, just, and they would not hear me anymore. So I feel like I have to pretend a bit, but at the back of my mind I know that, well, actually we need much, much more. It's complicated, yeah.
Go ahead, Masha.
I wanted to comment on your point about stopping the progress. And actually, I'll start with agreeing with you, Malik, about the technology. I didn't. What I was trying to say is that technology is not the only source, but still important. Just a small example of last, I think, 9 years, World Energy Council is partnering with DANA, German Energy Agency, and together we support innovations in energy competitions, so-called Set 100 awards. And this year, for 2025 award, we decided to include non-obligatory criteria, but still assessment criteria of humanizing energy. It's not obligatory because it's quite difficult to quantify sometimes, but still we gave the options of startups to explain how their technological solutions or business concepts address the needs of society and people. And actually, I was very pleased to see that almost 100% of applicants, almost 400 this year, decided to fill in this criteria, explaining how their technological innovation mostly addressing the needs of society all over the world. And actually was very pleased to see that many European solutions were addressing the needs in Africa. And actually African, I was very happy to see African startups talking about innovations and putting society in the center, at the heart of innovation. So I think it's not about the stopping the progress, stop progressing, it's about how we address it.
Thank you. We'll take the next question from here.
Thank you. So I have two questions actually for our energy transformation expert from Latvia. So Mr. Pinis, I have firstly a question for you on the political side of things that you addressed in your presentation, where you said that Latvian government is kind of expecting other countries to also defect on a few agreements. And I wanted to ask you, how do you figure that reflects on the government's overall attitude to the EU generally? As in, do they figure the EU is just kind of going to gloss over that, or what's the expected response to that?
Well, they hope that when the year 2030 will come, so many countries will just be behind with their targets that they will collectively decide that, okay, let's just maybe reduce the ambition or something. But overall, of course, the government is very pro-European, and there's little sort of critique of the EU in general as an institution, but yes, it's an interesting situation that ministries are doing what they do, that they're going. We have these targets. We need climate neutrality, and they're sort of going that path. But it's the politicians that are sort of hoping for this and trying to look for signs and weaknesses, and maybe we can carve out some different deal. But I personally don't believe that this is going to happen. We will just be, if we actually will be behind, then we will be losers again. And this is just, yeah, reality. At least I hope that nothing will dramatically change.
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm Alice Volmer. I work in the University of Tartu. So welcome to University of Tartu, our home university. And I also have the joy of leading the Central and Eastern European Sustainable Energy Network. So I would like to turn around a little bit what you have been talking about. So you can choose who gets to answer, or maybe three of you wants to answer. What we have seen in our work in the past years is the governments and a lot of the key actors in the green transition are not really thinking about what is the cost of not transitioning, what is the cost of not actually investing in the climate mitigation and adaptation measures. And this is actually supported by an article that was published in Nature in May that says that the difference is actually 6 times. So not doing these investments, not using this technology together with the social changes, together with the different measures that we could have, will be 6 times more expensive. So how would you think can't afford it, and actually start getting the politicians into place that yes, we can, and we will find ways to afford it? Thank you.
So anyone from the stage?
Yeah, maybe I can briefly comment on this. To be honest, actually, I mean, working with industrials in general, I think that's a concept that they already did understand. And actually, some of our great use cases and deployments have actually happened when industrials did face these problems. Maybe without giving a concrete example, but one company in the aeronautics field had some issues during the pandemic, and so they did have to let, unfortunately, a number of people go during the slowing down of production. And so at that point, they realized, once they let those people go, that energy consumption did not proportionally, sort of decrease as much. So they were like, okay, we are having huge waste here. It's not possible. So that's some way in the sort of business or industrial point of view, that it can be seen. But yeah, I mean, I agree, and we're actually seeing the costs in a more global view. And if we're not making those changes, we're not adapting. We've seen tragic events happening, even in Spain recently, of course. But I think that's very much related. So yeah, this is briefly my point of view.
If I can take it from you exactly, you mentioned global. The effect globally, and this might be the problem. I'll address your question slightly different, maybe. I'm a marketer by background, so the major rule of marketing is to start from the market. Believe it or not. So not with the product, not with what you're trying to sell, but from what is needed, where the demand is coming from, what is purchase behavior, consumer behavior. And what if we don't start with the global aspect, because it's too theoretical, and that leads to questions, or can we afford it, do we need it? But actually, if we start again back in societies, what does it mean for us as if we work in a transport sector? What does it mean if we're agriculture, fishing? What does it mean? How it can change our daily work life? How it can change the educational system? Whatever, take every aspect of the economical ecosystem. So perhaps this could be a solution, rather than saying that globally it's a very big disaster.
Thank you very much. We're hopelessly over time. I know that people have always many questions. Yeah, time to finish was 3 minutes ago. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you take your questions, and our panelists are here today, this evening. They are more than willing and very happy to discuss with you also all sorts of topics that you might have on your mind. Thank you very much again, and see you soon at the reception.
Thank you.
And I need to make you guys talk about the same thing, energy sobriety or energy
yes,
sufficiency.
it was
so you definitely need to talk afterwards.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Thank you very much. It was really nice. Thank you very much. Too bad it was so short. I would have loved to continue this chat a little longer.
I'm sorry I got late. I was actually visiting a factory with Vasily. So
Really? Okay, but no, it's all good. It's all good. It's fine. This is for you.
Thank you. Yeah, just okay, well, it's been a very instructive day, long but very interesting. I'm not going to attempt the impossible, which is to summarize everything and all the panel discussions, but I just wanted to share with you my own impressions about today's work. And like I said, all those discussions have been very instructive, and I very, very pleased with the interaction with all participants. I think it was very lively, which means that the subject is quite interesting, close to our hearts, all of us, and I think there is a clear awareness and understanding that this is something that we need to work on together. It's not something that each one of us can do separately. It has to be a collective effort. We heard about several experiences, and I think they're all very interesting to analyze and to take stock of, whether it is Iceland, Finland, Tunisia, Egypt, and other places. I think they're all very, very interesting, and I think they can give us some ideas that we can take home with us. And also reflect about what
is the spirit of Narva. And I think it's something that really is very, very important. This is not the first time that we're all gathered here, and I think there is significance to this. The minister has spoken about this. Others also pointed out to the importance of Narva in terms of when we particularly when we discussed the importance of the theme on the tourism industry. But I think there is something that I personally call the Narva spirit. Having been part of, I think this is the 4th or the 5th conference in Narva, first time in the college, but several times here in the city. And I think it is extremely important that we keep that that momentum and we keep that dynamics. We also discussed several ideas going from the issue of diversification, the importance and the role of technology, tourism, how it is impacted. And I think this really would be a reflection, again, like I said, that this is something that we are all concerned with, that we all feel very strongly about. And I think it comes from the fact that we are not only thinking about this because of ourselves, but because there is a very strong awareness of the importance of the subject for the next generation. And I think this is very important, and I'm very pleased to see all those young people participating in this. I mean, we are trying to find solutions, but at the end of the day, you will have to run with the ball. So, I think there is a reception this evening. So before we close and start or get ready for this reception, I just wanted to say thank you very much to all of you for being here, for participating, for giving us different insights and sharing with us your experiences. And I hope this will continue tomorrow as well. Thank you.